All right, we are officially kicking this off. This is the free one-day cold market blueprint. You're going to hear from all these different phenomenal leaders. They all have different perspectives. The great part is, yeah, some of them are going to overlap and cover specific things where, hey, they're covering a little bit of mindset here. We're going to talk about scripts. We're going to talk about leads, where to find them. So if you are watching the live or even the replay, let us know in the comments below. Our goal is to be as interactive as possible with all of you and provide as much value as we possibly can, because we are just crazy excited about this incredible training with so many different phenomenal leaders. So I'm going to let you know the agenda here. I'm going to pull this up over here on my other screen. I'm going to start out and kick us off and do a training on some of my techniques, strategies, mindset on cold marketing. Then after that, we've got the great Monica, then Cindy, James, we got Brandon and Lynette, Tom, Sue, Michelle, and Brittany. And these are all very, very high earners. Like there are, barely making six figures, which I would say is like insanely high. And then there's like the insane of the insane of the insane. Many of these are actually seven-figure annual earners. I wanted to bring you the best, as I always like to do that to help you out. Do me a favor as well, whichever platform you're watching this on, unless you're tuning in and this is now a podcast. If that's the case, then just leave a raving review, please. Let me know where in the world you're watching from. Where in the world you're watching from. I'd love to see how big this wonderful world is, and it makes it small. So a couple different things, and I've got all these crazy notes over here on one screen. I've got, pages and pages of notes here and over here. And as I was gathering my thoughts and going through it the last hour this morning before this training, and I was thinking about it, some of the things that I was thinking about is when we start, we have to first start with the right mindset. Now we're going to hear a little bit on mindset from Cindy. We're going to hear a little bit on mindset from James. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on that right now. But the first thing I want you to establish is this. Before we go into cold market, and we're going to give you the strategies, we're going to give you the techniques and the tips, is I want to challenge you to get out your cell phone, and I want you to look through your cell phone, and I want you to say, okay, how many of the first 50 people inside of my phone can't count team members? How many have I reached out to personally about my business or my product/services in the last 6 months? And I found the vast majority of people aren't talking to brand new people, including the people that they know first. So cold market's great. Cold market's great, but do not, just because we're talking about cold market, I want to set the tone. Do not forget about your warm market. Don't abandon your warm, or as I like to call it, your hot market. Two different markets, right? Hot market, it would be like the people you're talking to all the time, some of your closest friends and family. And then there's warm market of people maybe you're friends with and haven't spoken to for a year or two. But don't forget about them. Do not forget about them. So I've got to set that tone first, because I don't want people all of a sudden just jump into, all I'm going to do is just cold marketing. That's it. I want to cold market. And I'm going to skip warm and hot market. Warm and hot market is there. Those are going to be your best leads by far. But I get it. I know some of you've got limiting beliefs where you just can't handle, let's just call it what it is. You can't handle rejection from people that you know. Like you can't handle it. And so for you instantly think, well, I'm okay if I get rejected by 50 people I don't know. That is a limiting belief. So I just had to start out with that, even though our training is completely focused on cold market as we go. If you are watching this from, obviously, it depends on which platform you're watching this from. If you're watching this from YouTube or podcast, you can just share with friends the link later. If you're watching this from Facebook, please share this with your team, share this with your friends. Tag any friends on here. Let's get as many people as we possibly can on. So the first thing that I've gotten written down here is I went through, and those of you that know me know I like to structure things to give you a step-by-step. So the first steps we're going to start out with is the pre-lead, right? Or it's the generating the lead. It's the pre-cold market, generating the lead. Where do you find leads, right? Because we're going to talk mindset a little bit later. I talked mindset real briefly here, but it's going to be where do you find these leads? So the first thing is as you're looking at where to find leads, there's lots of different places, and I'm going to list several of them. Now, I will encourage you to become a master at least one, if not two, of these different locations, okay? So it could be one, it could be two, right? And it doesn't mean you're limited to just those two. You can utilize a lot of these, but I want an emphasis. I call it niches to riches. I want to focus as you're building this. So one of the places that you can find them is by making social media posts. You're like, well, what do you mean? Look, you're going to hear me say the word value a ton throughout this entire day. Why? Because people don't get it. They don't understand all the time with cold marketing where they're not providing any sort of value and all they're doing is just pitching. Now, we'll talk a little bit later on the direct versus the indirect, when to be direct, when to be indirect, what works better. And I'm going to give you both sides of the perspective on that. But with that said, think about a commercial. A good commercial doesn't just come on right away and it's like, buy my products, 1-800, right? And they give you the phone number. That's just not how it works. They're providing value. Now, sometimes the value is based off of vulnerability. Sometimes it's relatability, and sometimes it's humor. But they're increasing the value, which helps them to increase the attention. Attention is the number one currency in marketing. Attention is the number one currency in marketing. And I see several masterminders on here, so this is going to sound familiar to them. We got Clyde, a couple others on here. We talk about this in depth at the mastermind, but a lot of us have limiting beliefs with gaining attention. I know I did for years and years and years. I mean, even after I had done extremely well, I still struggled with attention. And I think a lot of it came from a limiting belief of, I was always told, you just want to get attention as a kid from, especially my dad who loved to death. He's incredible. But he'd always just say, hey, you're just trying to get attention. So for me, I always thought attention was bad. Look at the greatest influencers in the world. Who are the people that have impacted and influenced you the most in this world? Whoever they are. I'm going to give some examples for me. People that I look up to: Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Jesus Christ. Did they get a ton of attention? 100%. They got so much attention. The key is attention with the right intention. That is the biggest difference. But if you don't have attention, you can't make an impact or influence. So when you think about social media and you think about creating value for people, this is a way that you're going to start to increase your correct following. Now, are there going to be people that just don't like, maybe you post something about, something you're extremely passionate about. Think about something you're extremely passionate about. It could even be something as simple as hiking. And there's a bunch of people like, I'm so annoyed. I can't believe this person's talking about hiking. Maybe it's something about sports. Maybe it's something about travel, right? People are going to get annoyed. People are going to judge you no matter what. That's just what they do. They're going to judge you because you're too fat. They're going to judge you because you're too skinny, right? Oh, she works out way too much. It's not worth it to have the extra small and Lululemon clothes. Like, that's totally not worth it. So I just want you to have a little bit of perspective. And that's a little bit of mindset as we're going through strategy, because I think we always got to talk about mindset even when we're talking about strategy as we go. And as you're building this will make a tremendous difference for you. So now as we keep thinking about it, posts, as you're providing value, pick a couple of the key topics that you're most passionate about and be consistent on those topics. So branding experts will always say, here's a simple, it could be an hour training session. I'm gonna give it to you in 1 minute quickly. I do believe listening to the longer strategy session on this is well worth it, but write down everything that you're excited about and passionate about. Write down, I would say at least 10. Narrow it down to 5. One of those 5 things should connect or relate to your business, whether that's directly or indirectly. Pick those 5 things and always talk about those 5 things. I don't really care what you're passionate about or not passionate about, but don't be the person. Let's say you're passionate about politics. Great. Your vibe attracts your tribe. You're going to create raving fans if you consistently talk about it. Yeah, you're going to piss off half the people, but the people that follow you are going to absolutely love you. But don't be the person that doesn't post about politics for 3.5 years and all of a sudden you post about politics every day for 6 months and then you don't post about politics again. You see what I mean? I'm not telling you what not to talk about or to talk about. I don't really care. All I care is commit to it and be consistent. Don't create these raving fans and then all of a sudden, 2 months out of the year, you're going to be like, I'm just going to talk about this. Look, you can make anything work as long as you commit to it and you strategize on it. And so that's the biggest thing for you as you're going is I want you to commit and I want you to strategize and be consistent. Now, if you're like, oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to talk about, that's okay. Just start. And then later you're going to get more dialed in. So I don't want any excuses that I can't create this consistent posting, because what's going to happen is you consistently post every single day. You're going to have people that block, unfriend, unfollow you. But then the people that love you, they're going to tag other people. They're going to share it. They're going to get to know you better. And this is a way to attract new people. So just be consistent on posting every day, whichever platform you're utilizing. The next thing is as you're posting, I'm a huge fan of creating curiosity type posts, right? These curiosity type posts can bring people in. So they could be simple things that, work within it, but question-based posts help a ton to bring people in. Other things you can create are controversial type things. So a question-based post that you could say could be something very, very simple. I've got like several written here. So one of the ones I wrote that's really simple is, my next vacation is. Why? Because again, this just creates awareness. It brings people in. It creates more conversations as you go. If you want to get more specific, right, that's going to bring people in as well. So you could get more specific on something that you feel like is completely to your vibe or to your tribe as you go. Other things I like to do is I like to create controversial, but kind of not controversial, like funny controversial posts. So I made a post the other day that I don't know how many comments, 400 comments on it. And I showed my wife and how many unopened emails, which she just deleted all of her emails less than a year and a half ago. And she already has over, 10,000 emails unopened. That drives me nuts. And then there's me, who has like less than 6. And so I'm like, there's 2 kinds of people in the world. And I showed hers and I showed mine. People going crazy, like one side, the other side. It's absolutely hilarious. It's so fun to see, right? These are ways to bring people in, and it's ways for people to get to know you. You're like, well, how does that rate to cold market? Look, as you start talking about value consistently, and then you're mixing it up with posts that create a little bit more attention where you're having fun and people get to know you. Again, attention is the number one currency in marketing. It's bringing people in. It creates conversations. As it creates conversations, what you can do, and this is completely different, we'll talk about this later, you can shift to Messenger. Someone comments on your post, it's really easy to shift to Messenger and just start having a conversation with them. No, not fake chit chat. We'll talk about that as well. I hate the fake chit chat. Like, that stuff just kills me. So we'll talk about that. But at the same time, there's nothing wrong with being a good human being. Okay, next place, stories. Stories are great, whether you're using Insta stories or using Facebook stories. This is a great way to be able to draw people in as you go. So stories are absolutely incredible as a way to warm up your audience. Now, some of you are like, okay, well, this is great. Like, posts, I know, that's a good reminder on being consistent. That's a good reminder on picking the 5, most important categories as you go. Great reminder on, the posts and the curiosity posts, all this stuff. But where am I supposed to find people? Great question, right? So, number 1, I'm obsessed with Facebook groups. Why? Because you can really niche down on the things that interest you the most. So the example I always give is, hiking. I've hiked all over the world. So I could go find hiking groups. I played semi-professional tennis. I could go find, tennis groups. My favorite sports team, Los Angeles Lakers, right? I could go find groups on that. Because this is a fake chat. These are people that, regardless if yes, I want them to join my business, and people are like, isn't that a hidden agenda? No, what's wrong with wanting every single person to join your business? And if they don't, I'm still going to be a good human being to them. But if you got incredible products and services that can change their lives, and you got incredible business opportunity, like, get over yourself. You have this like hidden agenda in your mind is what you think. And you're like, oh, I feel so slimy. What's wrong with that? Every single business wants people to buy from them. So for you, I want you to look at it and say, you know what? Get over that limiting belief. There's nothing wrong with wanting every single person to join their business as long as it's a fit or buy your products or services. You got to know what you have. You got to be confident in what you have, because if you're not sure, they're sure as crap. You're not going to be sure. If you're not sure, they're not sure. So I want you to just put that in perspective as you go. Okay. So Facebook groups, really, really simple. This is a great place to find people, to connect with people, people that you feel like you could naturally have conversations. It's not going to feel like fake chit chat for them. This is a place where in these Facebook groups, you can actually make posts inside of those because it's something you're excited and passionate about. So it's likely they're going to add you as friends. You can find if they comment on your posts, or if you find posts that you like, you comment on, it's easy to add them as friends. Boom, done right there. If you just focused on that, you're never, ever going to run out of leads. Just right there. If we're talking about cold marketing and you're like, where do I find the leads? Great. There it is. That's simple. Now, if you're using LinkedIn, you can also find these interest type groups. And that's a great place as well that you can follow the similarities. If it's Instagram, what you're going to do is you're going to search hashtags of things that you're passionate or excited about. And then you can look at, who are some of their followers? Who are people that are following? So if I went to hiking, I can find all these hiking hashtags. I can go to Instagram page, someone's profile, and I can see, okay, this is a really good Instagram. This is really good content. I love this content. Who are the people that are following them? And then I could even look at who are the people that are commenting, right? And these are the type of people that I know I can connect with because it's something I'm naturally interested in. So finding people is not that hard. You just have to make sure you're consistent at it. You got to set a goal so that it's not just, I want to find new leads. How many new leads? If talking to new people is the number one income producing activity, I want to know, how many new leads are you going to be adding on a weekly basis? Some people work better off a DMO, a daily method of operation, right? And they're going to say, okay, I want to add 3 new leads every day, or 5 new leads, or 6 new leads, or 10 new leads every single day. And then some people are going to work better off a weekly method of operation. They're like, you know what? I'm going to dedicate all of Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be my lead generating day, and I'm going to generate 30 leads on Wednesday, right? Monday's my day I'm going to talk to brand new people. Tuesday is my day that I'm going to follow up. So some people work better off a weekly method of operation. I don't care. The principle is making sure that you're doing the highest income producing activities, and adding to your lead list is one of those, because the number one is talking to brand new people. Well, how do I talk to brand new people if eventually I'm consistently doing that and I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't really have that many more new people to talk to? That's why you got to constantly add to your lead list. So those are simple things that you can do. And again, you can do the same concepts on TikTok, right? Searching hashtags, finding people that have commonalities in you. Clubhouse, you can find certain themes and you can follow certain themes, and you can join these type of groups, and then you can follow the people that are joining specific type groups. Let's say you're someone that's extremely passionate about something specific to health and wellness. And so there's this guru who goes on and they do a Clubhouse. Great. You can go on, and the people that are tuning in on there, you can follow them. Simple. And then how do you message them? Well, as of right now, just typically they're connected to either their Twitter or their Instagram. Instagram's a little bit easier. You can go message them there. Hey, I saw you're on the Clubhouse there, just tuning in, right? It's super simple for generating the leads. So I don't want to hear the excuse of, oh my goodness, like I'm running out of leads. Look, the key is just commit to it, be consistent with it. And you're never going to run out of leads. So we've talked about never running out of leads. We've talked a little bit about warming up those leads with value-based posts, with attention, right? Curiosity type posts, utilizing that with both stories and posting in general, whichever platform you're on. Obviously, there's certain platforms that don't have stories, but posting consistently, you can do that, and that can make a huge difference. Now, the next thing as we go is, I want you to understand this. People ask the question, should I be direct or should I be indirect? And this is like, I don't know why, this is like a controversial type thing where people like pick this stance, and this is the only way to go, and you got to do it this way, and you're shady if you're not direct, and then other people are like, oh my goodness, you're spammy if you're direct, like how dare you? So here's my simple stance on this. People are confusing principles and techniques. The principle is talking to brand new people is working in this business, right? The principle is in my mind is if you approach someone on the first message, typically that's becoming spammy pammy. If you approach someone after the third conversation, notice I said first message before. I did not say first conversation. First conversation is okay. After the third conversation, then you're overdoing the rapport. Like, you don't want to be the person that's like, hey, so I've talked to Sally now for about 2 years. Do you think I can approach her about the business? So you see, I'm going both extremes here. I did a poll, and the poll was actually in the Facebook group, the Game of Networking. And inside of this poll, it was very interesting. I asked the question because most of the people in this poll were people that were serious about network marketing, varying levels of success, but were serious, committed. Most of them on average had been in the business for several years. And the question was asked how they were approached, because I figured the best data is based on the people that are still in the business, right? And it was really interesting. I believe that it was about 60+% of people were not approached in the first conversation. And it was a little bit, probably less than 40% were approached in the first conversation. So what can we extract from that data? Everybody's different. And I've heard people even say, well, approach people how they want to be approached. I don't know how they want to be approached. This is cold market. This isn't my bestie. This is one of my good friends that I know, like they want me to approach them right away, or they want me to approach them in the second or third conversation. So when you're thinking about cold marketing, I want you to challenge yourself. How would you want to be approached? The reason why I want you to challenge yourself on how you would want to be approached is because this is going to help you to become the bold version of you. Like I said earlier, people are going to judge you no matter what. They're going to judge you because you approached them way too soon. They're going to judge you because you took too long to approach them. People are going to judge you no matter what. So no matter what you do, there's going to be people mad on both sides. So the key is you're learning to do this is, what do you feel like the bold version of you? Are you the type of person that you just can't stand when someone approaches you in the first conversation? Well, then don't do it. Approach in the second or third. Are you the type of person that you just hate it when someone didn't approach you in the second or third conversation? Well, then approach them in the first conversation. Is this making sense to you? And I would love to hear all of you that are tuning in, your thoughts. Are you the type of person? I'd love to just share. Honestly, I just gave you both sides. There is no right or wrong. Duplication, the problem with it is we misinterpret it and we try to just say, hey, this is more duplicatable. No, what's not duplicatable is trying to make everybody one way. That's just stupid. Just being blunt. That's just stupid. Why are you trying to make everybody one way? Teach the principle like I just did. Let people become the bold versions of themselves, right? Let people become the bold versions of themselves. So I'm curious. You're obviously tuning into this free cold market blueprint. So we probably got a lot more strong on one side than the other. I'm curious. Are you the type of person that prefers it? And you could put 1, 2, or 3 in the comments, that prefers when someone approaches you in the first conversation, in the second, or in the third. And again, there is no shaming here, because honestly, there is no right and there is no wrong. Whatever your answer is right, and is exactly how you should do the business. That's it. There's my answer for that. Okay. So the next thing, we're going to talk about scripts a little bit later in this one day. Michelle Cunningham's going to talk about scripts. And what I want you to do is I want you, as you learn that, I want you to extract those principles of how you would say things, okay? And extract those. The wording is always great, and then you extract what you would say. But what I want you to do right now is there's some notes I've got written down that I just do not want to forget about. This is something that I've been teaching, that the online world teaches, but we have not taught this enough in network marketing. So for many of you, this is going to absolutely just blow your mind. For many of you, you're going to be like, oh my goodness, like this is exactly what needed to hear. So People want to know what scripts work the best. Okay. Now, again, we're going to teach you some scripts of what to say and how to say it. But here's my huge advice. I think this can change your, but no, I don't think, I know this can change your business entirely. Create different variations of scripts. So after today, what I want you to do is I want you to create your script, script 1, and I want you to create script 2. And what I want you to do is I want you to split test. That's the word. So in the online world, split testing has become huge. And you may be like, what's split testing? So let's say you put in www. whatever website, and you go to the website, and let's say it's called the landing page, and this is a sales page that is selling you on something. Well, online marketers create 2 variations of that exact same website. And so the website automatically pushes half the people here, half the people here. And then the website will tell you, right, the back office, based on which one is converting better. And then after that, what you can do if you're really smart is you go create another variation, say, well, this one clearly won. So now let's create another variation and let's challenge and see which one works best. Just brilliant. It's common sense. It seems so stupid simple, but a lot of people still don't do it in the online world. Well, how does that relate with network marketing? I just told you to create script 1 and script 2. Okay, so after today, when you hear these different variations of what to say and how to say it and all your different ideas that you're jotting down, I want you to create script 1 and then I want you to create script 2. Now what I want you to do is I want you to track both of them. I want you to see, okay, how well did script 1 do and how well did script 2 do? So you're going to say, okay, I approached 50 people on script 1 and I approached 50 people on script 2, and I had 30 people take a look, or I had 30 people respond to me. Track all of these simple metrics, right? Very simple. And script 2 only had 17. So bam, what do? You just get rid of script 2. And now what you're going to do is you're going to go to script 1 and you're going to be like, okay, this is the winner chicken dinner. So now you're like, winner chicken dinner. This is awesome. So now what you're going to do is winner chicken dinner. You've split tested. You're going to be like, okay, well, let's create another variation of it. Like, people just, number one, they don't track anything. They don't treat this like a real business. And number 2 is why would you not split test? I don't know what's going to work best for you. How I say things may work completely different for me. I can teach you the principle. The world loves boldness. It makes people curious. It's contagious. And I can teach you principles of exactly what I used to say. And that may not work for you at all. The technique, the wording I'm saying. But instead, what I want you to do is I want you to write down 2 variations I want you to track. And then once you have a clear-cut winner, I want you to do it again. And this next time, what I want you to do is I want you to go create a second variation, completely new one. And now you're going like, okay, we're going to do 50 on this one, 50 on this one again. And it may be number 1 won again, or it may be like, oh my goodness, the second one actually won. And if you consistently do this over and over, you're going to start to learn your voice and what works. Is this helpful? Does this make sense? Are you guys resonating with this? I doubt 99.99% of you have done this. The only ones that probably have done this are people that have done personal coaching or mastermind, because this is something brand new I just started teaching, and it just dawned on me, like, this is what I do in online marketing. Why would we not do this? The other thing I found is people just, they don't track anything. I mean, if I were to reach out to, and I challenge my personal coaching clients that do Run with Rob this on Monday, and I said this to them, I said, if I were to ask you how many new invites you've made to customers and business builders in the last week, could you tell me? In the last 2 weeks, a month, quarter, year, could you tell me? Very few could tell me. How are you supposed to build a business? Can you imagine if you opened up a traditional business and you asked the employee that you hired, hey, how many people came into the store today? Oh, I'm not sure. How many people were interested in this or that product? Oh, I have no idea. How are you even supposed to know? If it's the number 1 income producing activity, why are you not tracking it? So if it's the most important thing, number one, do it, right? We talked about talking to brand new people. We talked about finding leads, right? We talked about warming up those leads a little bit with posts and different things. We talked about a little bit about shifting to Messenger. I like shifting to Messenger. We'll talk more about that as we go throughout the day. And I love using voice messages. And I love connecting based on either a post I saw of theirs, because now there's a point of reference, or based on a comment they made on mine, there's a point of reference. It doesn't feel like fake chit chat because it's a post I was interested in, or it was a post that I made that they were interested in. So it's really simple. I don't like the word rapport is overused where people overdo it. I like quick rapport. There have been studies and I wrote this down. The top FBI negotiator, his name's Chris Faust, and he's a sales expert. He said in all of his studies, you got about 7 seconds to build someone's trust. So that's why I like to do voice message, because I want to build trust just quickly. It's a whole different training. Hopefully we're going to have time to do today. But I am just so excited about everything that we have, all of these things as we go. But I want you to drop in the comments your greatest insights throughout this, because we always draw energy, whether you're watching the live or even the replay. We love coming back and seeing this. I know many of you have already shared this with your teams. Let's get as many people as we can. It's free. Everybody can tune into it, as we want to provide as much value as we possibly can. So I'm just really, really excited as we've got a full day today of incredible speakers as I gave it to you guys. We have all of these leaders are just the best of the best. And our first trainer, speaker, legend, superstar is Monica. She is top 20 in her company. And this is a multi-hundred million dollar company. And that's a company that's been around for just over 3 years, I'm pretty sure. So we'll talk about the real deal. She's also been in one of the incredible books that I got to help with and collaborate with, co-author. And I am just excited for all of you to hear from her. So I'm going to bring her in. As you have questions, you can write them down if we have time, or you can message them. Then we'll come back and we'll make sure we answer those questions. So Monica, how are we doing today? Are you all ready?
I am great. How are you?
I got my hair done and everything.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I was like, oh, I
I'm
guess I should
serious
wash it for
too.
you guys.
I went to the gym this morning and I have this calic right here, and it was just poking straight up. And so I'm actually serious. I went in and I'm like, I gotta at least put a little bit of product on. You know, it's a big deal kind of day as we go, right?
Absolutely.
Have some fun, make it happen. But I know that you've done some big things, and I know you're excited to talk about today's topic, and we've gone back and forth on different things that you're going to do. So everyone wants to hear from you. I'm going to be right here, as you can see in the waiting room. I'm just going to take myself off, and I'm just going to just let you go all in and teach them all the secret sauce strategies.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So like Rob said, I'm Monica. I was so honored that he asked me to do this. I didn't realize I was going to be first, though, after him. So great job, Mon. Great job taking this time slot. But when he asked me to do it, of course, I said yes. But when he put out the topic of stories, I was like, that's mine. I want that one. Like in seconds. It was seconds. Why? Because stories have been a huge piece of my success. I can't emphasize that enough. So we're going to talk about how to use your stories. This is Instagram stories, Facebook stories, and to get your cold market. And I guess the whole thing is the cold market. So how to use it with your cold market. So we're constantly getting in those new people, finding new friends, adding people, growing our network. That's kind of what we do, right? Of course. So stories, I think people often underthink, and they're truly the perfect way for you to show people a behind the scenes look at you, your life, your purpose, your personality. Really, you can use them in such a way because you're showing them more, and it has a very different algorithm. So we're going to talk about that. So you can make a big impact fast. To me, it's one of the quickest ways for them to get to know you. Think about it. We live in this reality TV era, right? So everybody wants reality TV. They don't want drama shows anymore. They want real life. We have TikTok and Instagram and all these new platforms. And in the end, they're all kind of the same thing. It's this quick highlight reel. They don't want that whole movie. People don't have time for it, right? We're busy. We live in this quick world and all these things. Well, think about it. They're getting a new preview of you every single day. So let's talk about that. First, people always tell me, oh, Mon, I feel like I'm spamming people with my business on my personal page. I don't want to use that, whatever. Totally get it. But people are choosing to watch you. Okay. In your stories, think about it. They are choosing to actually click and watch. This is, again, this is an intimate way to be spammy without being spammy. I post much more about my business on this page. Excuse me, than I do on my newsfeed. So my newsfeed, I stick to that like 80-20 rule, right? Well, I push the envelope in my stories. I do like the 60-40 or 50-50. It doesn't hurt your algorithm as long as you do some of these things. First, if you take anything from this, post quality, not quantity. I know Rob has said this. I hope you know this. Whatever you're putting out into the world, it is about quality. Just don't throw out the first thing that pops in your head. Always really give it a little bit of thought. Again, this is a business. This is your future. This is, what you're choosing to do. So quality, not quantity. Don't throw out 30 stories. You are not going to be Kim Kardashian tomorrow. That you're not going to win any fans by that. So I try to teach my team, start with that 4 to 7 mark. 4 to 7 a day. Yes, a day. Again, quality content. I call them slides or post as stories, but I call them slides. So if I say that, that's what I mean. A day. So people get bored though. So if you're posting a ton of things, you're very often probably going to get people, you're going to see it as you go, because you can see the views, right? You're going to see, 50, 40, 30, 10. And then towards the end, you're not going to see hardly any because it's too much. And you're going to find that by watching and actually tracking those things. A little bit what Rob was saying, like, why wouldn't you track certain things? This is something you can track of, okay, so I posted this and then it seemed like I got this big fall off. That's something you can always go back and look at if you're really analytical. But I love stories. Here it is. So you can interact with them. And I think people underestimate the value of this. So, because seen people like, when we've talked about it, you can ask them questions. There's a question button and they can put the answer right in there. There's polls. Okay. I always like to do fun polls. Like, should I choose this or that? Should I eat this or that? Which is better? And the debate, I like to debate me and my husband, like, no, this candy's better than that one. People love. There's one thing that the human being loves, and it is sharing their opinions with you. They want to put their opinions and their stuff out there. So give them that opportunity. Okay. I always love, like, if I'm working on my business, I'm like, oh, do you love free stuff? You never let them say no. We know this, right? We know this in sales. Never let them say no in your stories. It's either yes, of course, duh. Who doesn't? Okay. So there's two positives always in those polls. You have to do them. I tell people you should have an interaction post. I don't care if it's about your business, personal, whatever, and one interaction post a day in your stories. All right. Here's it. If they like it, if they send you hearts, if they laugh at your story, if they click on your poll, if they answer the question, they've done the first step for you. They are in you. They have done the first step. You are in. Okay. They've done the first step. Think about it. So now you can see, so you pull it down and you're like, oh, she liked it. You click on that and you go and you like or love that she loved, like a picture. Maybe it's a picture of your dog and she loved it. And then you love it. Or even better, if you're feeling really, really brave that day, which I hope you are, you go in and respond to them and say, thanks. Isn't she adorable? Like, I don't know what I would do without her, because she's literally like my co-pilot in life, or whatever it is. Just something really authentic and quick and whatever. That was step 2. Guess what? You now have a connection. You are in their inbox. You are in their messengers. And on top of it, not only is that great that you guys just had a two-way interaction connection, this is even the better kicker that people don't realize. Facebook now deems you real friends. They see you connecting in the back end of your messenger because clearly they're watching everything we do, right? They want to make things the most relevant, and they watch our behavior on social media. Well, they see who's messaging. And if they see someone is messaging you and you're responding to them and not ignoring them or whatever, they've now deemed you connected, and they're going to have a higher probability of seeing your stuff not in your stories, let alone in your stories. So going forward, something to think about. Make sure you show them you. Okay. Be authentic. I quality, but be authentic. This is your time to shine. This is the way to show people a highlight reel of yourself. So make sure you're using, when you go in and you post, you choose a photo or whatever, click that sticker button. Okay. There's music, there's stickers, gifs, emojis. That's where you can show your personality. Be creative with these. I think of stories as really the recess. So your news feed sometimes can feel like a chore. Okay, I got to post this and then I got to post it this time. And it's kind of like there's this algorithm and it's always changing and whatever. Your stories is playtime. It's a recess. Okay, have fun with it. Don't overthink it, but make sure you're putting out that good stuff. And all of these are good things, but I have to tell you a few. I would be a horrible, horrible human being because now I've psyched you up. You're like, yes, I'm going to post 4 to 7 times a day. It's going to be so good. I'm going to interact with them. There's a few things you need to know. It is really, really essential. First, if you want to be seen more, you have to regularly post more. One equals the other. You're regularly posting, you're going to have a higher probability of being on their radar or their vision at the top there when they first come in. If you're actively posting in your stories 2-3 times a day, you're going to have a much better probability than the person that posts once a day all of their slides. Does that make sense? So I always try to tell my team, make sure you're setting reminders, make sure, or set a timer if you forget, because it's only 24 hours. Stories last 24 hours, which is great. They're cool, they're fresh, they're new always. But if you are not consistent and you are not constant, you'll run and then they run out. Let's just say you have in 0. I mean, completely run out. If you have 1, you're okay. But if you've completely ran out and you've let it end, all of that hard work was for nothing. Not for nothing, but it was very much wasted. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. Why? I'm talking like I was getting views of 483, almost 500 views, and I hit right back down to 98. Why? Because they put you to the back of the line. They want you to have that consistency. It helps you stay in front, in view. Okay. So it's that chug-a-lug. So I always tell them, one of my biggest tips, just if you can do it twice a day, maybe in the morning when you're having your coffee, post 2 or 3. And then at night, before you Netflix and chill, hopefully you're going and going to get in those people's PMs instead. But whatever you're doing, take that time, set that reminder. Okay, it's 10 p.m. I'm going to throw 2 or 3 more stories in, because it is huge. You don't want to do this work and all these things and then go back. And it can take up to from anywhere from 10, it's about 10 to 2 weeks to really see the full potential. So if you start posting tomorrow and you're like, not that many people saw it, I promise you, if you do this every single day, 4 to 7 slides a day, and you're doing good content, not just throwing up flyers from your company constantly, like that's all you're putting in there, 5 flyers of this product, this product, this product. No. You want to show them, again, you. All right, they're buying you. So making sure you're putting some diversity in there. I'm going to give you some ideas here at the end, but make sure I didn't miss anything. Go to the back line. Yeah, it can take up to 2 weeks. You will see it. When I say I promise you, and I don't promise things very easily. I have done a lot of research on this. I have done my own I've tested these theories. I've had my top leaders test these theories of doing these different algorithms and stuff. And it's facts, guys. It's facts. No, but it is. It's truly so important to make sure you're doing that. Like, I can't emphasize it enough. So things you can post, make sure it's diverse. Like I said, don't post 5 pictures of, say you sell shoes. We're going to go with shoes. You're not going to post 5 pictures of shoes. Okay. You're going to post different things. Change it up. Quotes. I love to do quotes that actually go with my brand. Of course, they have to work with your, and I mean your personal brand, not the brand you might be selling, your personal brand. I'm really big on women empowerment. So you're going to see some kick-ass, I don't need, women can rule the world, all that kind of stuff. You will see some of that in my stories. Memes. I'm also a mom of 5. So hashtag mom life all the time. If I see something funny that I know people are going to relate to and they're my market, because, oh, I forgot to say, of course, you can see who is seeing the stuff. So know your audience. We always say that, but truly know your audience. So look at who is watching your stories. They're your audience. So don't be posting things that don't really truly make sense. Again, of course, be yourself, but making sure you're sticking to that brand. So like I was saying, memes can be great if that goes with it. I always tell people, when in doubt, I'll never forget when I learned this a few years ago in social media, and it still is true to this day. When in doubt, you're like, I am not that interesting. A, you are, but B, when in doubt, food and pets. And you're like, huh? Food and pets. This is not something I've come up with. This is social media 101. Like, people think your kids are real cute. I know, like I said, I got a lot of them, but people love themselves a puppy. Puppies win. Okay. So if you do have a pet, or if you're a foodie, or if you have a great hobby that you like to do on top of this, make sure you're sharing that. Maybe you're a knitter. I don't know. Your audience, you're going to get a new, people are going to relate to them. There are lots of knitters out there. I don't know. I really pulled that one out of because I don't knit. So I got nothing to go with it, but make sure you do that. Also, make sure they see your face. I often never get to see, like, I'll be looking and I'm like, who is this? Like, don't be afraid to put your face in there. Put your face in. Like, they're buying you. And how can you take your cold market and make them hot if they don't know what they're buying? Like, they have to see what they're buying. They have to see you. I think because I work with women so much, I see that a lot. They're like, oh, I don't want to, just do it. Like, messy bun, not messy bun. Be yourself. Put yourself out there. Make sure you're consistent, and truly, stories can be a huge, huge piece of your success in this business, because Facebook doesn't control them like they do the other ones. I find that, we know algorithms, they go up and down. They're always changing, right? On the newsfeed, we're like, oh, I thought I had it right, and now it's something different. And now I'm not being seen. In my posts, I'm not getting any likes or interaction. You're not going to see that on stories. If you just stick to those, always have something, that 4 to 7 sweet spot is always great. Even if it's just 2, put 2, get them in there. Just start fresh. People are like, oh, I've never used them. Great. Start now. Just start right now. That's the wonderful thing about social media, is you don't have to have a backstory to it or a lead up. You just start. And again, it might take up to 2 weeks, but it can really take those people who didn't know you, or you don't really know them, and allow them to. And by them interacting with them, getting to know you, you've got the secret. Like, you are in their inbox. That, to me, like, if I can get in someone's inbox, if I can get that conversation started, that I've never met this person in my life, and I have that easy in, like, my job has already been done for me. That's the hard part for me, of wanting to get in. I'm not the kind of person that likes to just go in and be like, hi, da 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 da. No, I like a little give, and then I'm going to give it all to you. So I think that is something people very underutilize in this industry. And I really hope that some of these things have helped. Maybe, you learn something new, whatever it is, but stories to me are awesome.
Well, I love that. And I've got all these notes right here, like quality content, not 30 stories. I love how you simplified it as well, of 4 to 7, but then you even simplified it. You gave a goal, but then you simplified it of worst case scenario, just do 2, so that you're going back to, like we talked about, consistency. And it really is the reality version, the behind the scenes, where people get to know you. Because if you're posting, 8 times a day, just posting, not uploading stories, people
Yeah.
are going to get annoyed. Like Facebook's going to be annoyed, right? Instagram's going to be annoid, right?
That unfollow button is going to be key to them.
You're
They're going to be like, nope.
You're like, yeah, spammy Pammy. That's great that you ate that for breakfast again, but I'm done.
I'm
And
good.
so people don't get it that stories are posts on steroids. Like it's this huge enhancer where people can get to know you with 5, 6, 7. What would you say as far as the maximum amount one should post in a day? Like optimal maximum amount?
I think anything more than 8, because I'm going to be honest, when people click in there and they see the big bars and they see them get to that little, they get like this. It's like almost like that overwhelming, like what on earth am I going to get into? So I always say like 8, 10 is like really that, like that's the max I would ever personally put out there or I've ever told anybody. I think that that's a good.
Yeah. Unless it's one of those epic trips and you just traveled to the world and we're
that's very different. Yeah.
Unless we're in Bora Bora hanging out in a mastermind.
Right. That's totally different. You get a pass for that. Or if you have a stellar month and you have to like brag on all your people, like that's always a get out of free. I'm like, I'm going to post those in there. I'm going to put their love out there to them. So those I will also.
I love that. That's a really good principle to go with. And then would you say, like, let's say someone's very detail oriented and they're like, okay, but I want like to do it just perfectly. And we know that, or the best they can. And we know that every single time someone posts a story, it's going to push them to the front of the feed. And so if they were to do like the delayed posting strategy and just an idea, and I'll give an example because I know you know where I'm going with this. Rather than posting 8 stories all in 5 minutes, what would you suggest as far as spreading out? And again, these are advanced. So if you're just starting, just do it. As Monica already said, start with 1 to 2 a day, build up to 4 to 7, 8 optimal, don't spam them. But if someone's like, okay, I just did 8 stories, Monica, all in like 2 minutes, I'm done for the day. How would you tell them like how much they should spread it out is kind of a guide.
If you want to do that perfect, like I would do 3 hours in between. One every 3 hours. If you really wanted it, I would start when you wake up. So you do that 8, 9 o'clock, and then every 2 to 3, mattering how many you're going to do. If you're like, I only got 3 today, you're going to space it out. But I think that 3 hour mark, because you're just pumping it perfectly. 1 hour is too much. You're going to have too much content. Again, you're going to front load it in the front of the day. So if you give yourself that 3 hour, like from when you wake up and you're actually coherent and stuff, that would be it. And always I don't think I said this, but at least just put a sticker, put something on it that makes it a little bit different or might catch their eye, or the movement in the photo. Because a lot of times the photo might be great, but if you do something little like an arrow or something, it can be very simplistic, but it can have a big impact on what you're trying to say without saying it.
And if you're overwhelmed, as Monica keeps telling you, just do it. I mean, honestly, if your stories and you're just starting them are really good, then you probably screwed up because you probably overthought it. So my posts, I don't know if you're the same. I look back at my posts from 6 years ago when I thought they were really good. When memories pop up, I'm like,
oh, they're so bad.
How did I think that was good content? Like that was so, I thought that was insightful. Who am I? And by the way, if you guys are watching right now, this is what I'm going to do for fun. I thought of this while you were talking. Those that are watching the live, we're going to reward you. So I'm going to send out a free planner, your choice of team pink or team black. You can choose. Monica, are you team pink or team black?
Definitely team black. Sorry.
Team black. Hey, it's all right.
I think it's kind of, black is my spirit color.
I mean, it looks like it right now. I'm like, I didn't get the memo, but
the memo is always black graphic tees. So.
Drop in below your best insight, and Monica will choose somebody as we go, or I may have to because it doesn't show.
I can't see it. So
all the names. Okay. So I'll choose somebody. But I want you to drop your greatest insight. So there was a question, and then we're going to go after that to Cindy. Do you hashtag stories? Hide them, but are you hide the hashtag, but are you hashtagging stories?
Yes, especially in Instagram. It's a lot bigger. in Instagram than it is in Facebook, even though they are the same, owned by the same, they have a little bit difference. Thank you for asking that. That's actually great. So if you better believe in Instagram, when I post them in Instagram, and yes, you can do one and share to the other, it's a 2-for-1 deal. So that can be a great way of looking at it. Like, oh, I just posted 2 greatness things. Wonderful. But I will hide them. Like, it might be the brand I'm wearing. It might be, or I'll tag those people, and it'll be, you won't see it unless you click on it. But definitely the hashtags of whatever I'm trying to say, might be empowerment or, mom boss, whatever it is. I think that those are great. It's just going to help get you up there, especially because Instagram, you have that feature so easily in front of you where you can follow hashtags, and you'll be in people's faces more if you're using them in your stories.
Love it. All right. This is what we're going to do here real quick. Wow. All these people are waking up now.
Ooh.
Okay. We're going to go with Karen Morrison, 3 hours apart on posts. And I want Karen, just email my team. I'm going to tell them, I'm going to make a note and tell them your name, so we don't have any spammers trying to email my team. But you choose pink or black. Just put winner chicken dinner, and then say in the subject, and then say I won, and then choose pink or black planner, and then email the game of networking at Gmail, and then you've got to give them your address so they can ship it to you, and we'll make sure we get that shipped to you. So can everybody give a huge thank you, drop gifts, drop emojis, drop comments to Monica for coming on. She's just giving of her time freely to provide value and insight. And we're going to be hanging out here soon, right?
Yeah. And it's 3 weeks, 3.5. Yeah, I'm not counting or anything, but I'm ready to pack.
Let's go. 6 and 7 figure mastermind. We're going to have a ton of fun there. And I'm excited about that. Hey, thanks so much. I'm very appreciative. I got crazy amounts of notes here, and I'm excited to bring on our next guest. We have Cindy. Cindy, what's going on? We don't have any audio. You're scaring me.
I know. I hit the mute button. Geez. Am I good?
Yeah. People they think you do all these and you don't get nervous, and we're smiling. We're work, please, work, please, work. Please. People don't want to hear from me right now. They want to hear from Cindy. So I'm just okay, we're doing rapid fire real quick before we get started. What do you like to do for fun when you're not building your huge empire?
I like to hike. I like to take pictures. I love going out with the family. And
you got to talk to my wife. She is obsessed with hiking. I like the mini hikes so much. So we planned our trip when we went to Europe 2 years ago to go to Trolltunga, Norway. It's 21 miles. It's
I think I'm more on your level.
Okay, good. Then you need to talk to her even more.
but speaking of your wife, I do want to add to that your earlier segment of which team it's that if I'm on Team Rob or not. Let me just start this by letting you know the number of unread messages currently in my mail. And I delete a lot, or I thought I did. No. Wait for it. 49,354.
Oh man, this is not how we start out a training strategy session. I'm you see, I'm going to start turning red here. I'm having anxiety. Just think, I literally thought about going through her whole email and just unsubscribing because I couldn't handle it. I'm no, I'm not wasting my time. I teach people time management. I can't do that kind of crap.
But then you're at the Gap trying to buy your kid a bathing suit, and that $1 you're not going to get off it's going to haunt you for the rest of the year. So it's very important you have the coupon.
All the time people are hey, we emailed about this and this. How come you missed? I'm did you email my wife? Yeah. I'm well, there you go. I'm and these days just text us as we go. Okay. Other things. I know you're a top leader in your company and have an incredible amount of experience. How many years have you been in network marketing?
A little over 7. One company the whole time.
Absolutely phenomenal. I know your company, an incredible company, and just a top leader. And I think the first time I got to hear your in-depth insights was when we did the Clubhouse and you were on there, and I was shh. I got off. I'm and I'm just listening back and forth. I'm just go with it, hosting it, running it. So I was really impressed. I'm excited for us to hang out at the mastermind coming up here. And I'm excited for your topic because I think as we start on a lot of this stuff, people miss the importance of mindset. That's what prevents them from even doing what they know they need to do. And I always say mindset will eat skills and systems for breakfast. Mindset will eat skills and systems for breakfast. So we may do some random prizes, some random drawings. Cindy, you can feel free to do that if you want during, give away my planners or books and choose people if you want, or we can do it after. But I'm going to take me off because they want to hear from you. And we are just so excited. So if you are watching live, show some excitement in the comments. If you did share this, let us know below. Cindy, thank you so much for being on. I'm going to take myself off and we're going to let you just get right to it.
Awesome. Okay, well, hello everyone. I'm Cindy. I'm coming in from Scottsdale, Arizona. And I was really excited when Rob asked me to do this training, especially when we talked about training on mindset, because that is something that I am really passionate about. And I think it is like the foundation for building your business. And one of the things that I have seen throughout my journey in the network marketing space is that people are always afraid that they're not enough. Like this is a really, really big issue that you are talking to somebody that you don't think is going to like your product, like your service, like what you have to offer, like the industry. There's just something that's creating fear that what you're going to offer isn't going to be received well. And it's a big block that people have. And so I want to kind of walk you through the way that I look at mindset and help you see what I see and why I think it's so important that you start this journey in network marketing, whether today's day one or whether you're, already having success wherever you are, that any shifts in your mindset are so vital. And they're also so vital to the duplication of your team, because we all know that this is a team sport, right? And so what you do is not just for you, it's for the behaviors that other people copy. So the first thing I want to just share and just remind everyone is that we all start somewhere. And if you have the mindset that, oh, I haven't achieved this, or I haven't achieved this, and so I can't talk about this, then how are you ever going to start? And how are any of us ever going to start? So people aren't really going to be fixated on what you've done. That's you, like that's in your mind, that's limiting beliefs that come up, and this happens to all of us. But when you find yourself thinking about, well, I haven't achieved this goal yet, I haven't achieved this rank, I haven't made this amount of money, I didn't do, I don't have a team of this size, or I don't have this many customers, whatever the thing is that you're feeling you're not doing, get over it. Like literally just let it go. And I want you to think about this. Where are you going? That is what people care about. People want to work with people that are going somewhere. Like the past doesn't matter, because your past isn't anything in any way, shape, form. Like your past doesn't define what's going to happen today, tomorrow, the future. And it's not going to define what the person you're talking to is seeing. And you might think it does. And I say that because I see this coming up over and over again, that people just get really stuck because they feel like, well, I have to have a perfect product story, I have to have a business story. You can't, right? Like I don't want people to think that you have to have a perfect story about your company's product or your company's service before you can share, because your story is not going to be the same as their story anyway. And so if every single one of us are always thinking like, how do we get this perfect story? People are terrified of perfection because they can't live up to being perfect. I hope you guys see that. So if they see you as this perfect person that does everything right, and you feel like, okay, like I've achieved this and now I can talk about this, you're going to scare the heck out of most people. And most people are going to think, oh my gosh, like I cannot do what she does. So they're just not going to do it. So you have to remove from your head the idea that anything has to be perfect. You have to just start where you're at, and you have to get people attracted to where you're going. So you have to have an unshakable belief in your system. And we talk about, and this is probably something that I think many of you have heard, like different areas of belief, but I want to go over what some of the areas are and how and why they make a difference. So the first one is your product. So your product, or maybe your service. Like I'm in a product-based company, there's service-based companies, whatever it is that you're selling, you better love it. If you don't love it, like, then take a hard look at what you're doing, period. But I'm going to assume that everyone here really loves what they've linked arms with, because we choose something that speaks to us, that resonates with us. So if you find that the only type of people that you are attracting into your space are people that want your product, then I would invite you to consider looking at your message, because maybe your message is all about your product. Maybe that's all they hear, and that is not your only product. So my belief, and I believe this like very firmly, is that the number one product that you have to offer is you. And I do not care how great your products are. Like, I want you to work with a company that has great products. Like, I don't want you working with a company where you're selling something that people don't need or people that don't want. And also, like, I mean, if you don't believe it, like, you're probably not going to have a lot of success. So it's important that you are with a product that matters, but people can go to Google, Amazon, eBay. You can literally click a button on your phone right now and find a product. Like, I hope you guys know that. Like, it's not the intent of a network marketing company to be able to say, hey, go here. But what I'm saying is, that's what happens in this day and age. I mean, coming out of a pandemic, people didn't leave their house. So what is it that's going to make people want to work with you? Okay. And this is going to be where the mindset piece comes in, is you have to believe that you are your product, that you are the best product that you have to offer. So your company, you have to have a similar belief in your company as you do your product. And I believe, just from my own experience, that most people feel really confident about their product and really confident about their company. So those are the first two areas. The third area is your team, your upline, your training, your coach, your mentor, all of that. You do not need to have an upline. You do not need to have a team. You do not need to have a mentor, but it sure helps if you do. And if you have an incredible mentor, an incredible coach, look at people that have gone where you want to go. Like, don't try to reinvent the wheel. Look at that and follow it. But if you don't, I want you to hear this. You have to believe in your mind that that doesn't matter, and you need to be that coach, that mentor, that person that you want to attract. Because in your brain, if you're thinking like, hey, here's all these characteristics of what I would want if I were to have my perfect person join me, and you were like, they're hardworking, they're loyal, they're an influencer, they're good on social media, they love my product, like, make a list of everything, like your dream list. And those are great characteristics to have, but then you need to look inward and say, do I believe I'm showing up as that person? And so whether you have the upline or you don't, what you believe in your mind is what's going to attract. Because if you are going to join an opportunity, not just be a customer, I am sure you would be very much looking for somebody that you felt like was going to help you get to a place that you've never been, right? Like, you're not going to be sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, well, this company has a product that I love, so I don't care, I'll just join with whoever. This person doesn't do anything, like, but I'll join them anyway. It could happen, but it's very unlikely that that's what's going to motivate people to join you. So people join people, and you have to show up that way. So number 4, which is yourself. So the last one I kind of sort of touched on, show up. Like, if you don't have the team doing what you were hoping, then show up that way. But number 4 is actually, who are you showing up as? And that's an area where I would say I see a lot of people that are disconnected. So you have to have belief in what you're doing and where you're going. Like, that's one really key piece, because if you have that belief, people will want to be part of what you're doing. And so you might think that these products are amazing, this company is amazing, but I haven't had this level of success, or I haven't done that. And so then you're kind of timid about sharing. And if you're timid about sharing, they're probably not going to want to join you as their coach or mentor. So they might join you back to the product piece. They might join you as a customer, which is great. We all need customers. But if you're specifically looking to grow your team, grow your brand, I want you to consider the fact that they're going to join you if they feel like working with you, aligning with you, they are going to get to new places in their own life that they haven't gone before. And that is why mindset makes all of the difference, because it's your posture, it's your belief in what you're doing and where you're going that's going to get them to align with you. And then the last piece of just like the core areas would be belief in the industry. And why is this so important? Because if in your mind you're like, hey, I work for this great company. I'm terrified of letting anyone find out it's MLM. Oh my gosh, what happens if they find out? Oh my gosh, I'm hiding. I'm not talking about it. If you're terrified of that, don't you think people are going to come to you like with every MLM objection? Oh, it's a pyramid scheme. Oh, only the person on the top makes money. Oh, like I don't want to be bugging my friends and family. Oh, it's so spam, whatever. Like you're going to get all the objections if in your mind you're not clear. So what I want you to do is I want you to take those 5 areas, your product, your company, your team, yourself, and the industry, and I want you to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. And any area that you feel like you're not a 10, I want you to get with your mentor. It might be the person that enrolled you. It might be someone in your upline. It might be somebody that's not even in your company. Whoever is cheering for you, helping you grow, lifting you up, I want you to get with them, and I want you to identify why you can't give yourself a 10 in that area, and I want you to work on that behavior. Because once you can get to a 10, you are going to find that when people start bringing objections to you, you can overcome them. So instead of feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm terrified. What if this person says this? What if this person comes up with XYZ objection? I don't know how to overcome it. All of a sudden, you're going to be like, bring on the objections. Like, what you got? Bring it. Because objections become conversation. And there's nothing worse than a conversation when you're talking to yourself and the person's like, yeah, okay. And they say nothing and you're just like, well, I don't know. Like, I can't read them. I ask them questions and I don't really give much of a response. So if somebody comes to you with an objection, this is your opportunity. Like, don't be afraid. Don't back down. Build your own confidence. Build your own mind to tell you like, hey, I got this. Like, let's have a conversation about this, because I have literally met people that have said to me, I was approached by XYZ person, XYZ company, XYZ product years before. And I didn't say yes because the person didn't answer what I needed to know to make a decision. And I talked to somebody recently who 5 years or so later, she's enrolled with a company and instantly a top earner in her organization. And had that person thought to continue a conversation and overcome an objection, she said, I would have joined 5 years ago. She just, as soon as I gave an objection, was like, and didn't want to answer it. And why? I'm sure it's not didn't want to answer it. I'm sure it's right here. It's our mindset. Like, you're not comfortable answering it. So the stories that you tell yourself in your head are either going to be the most empowering stories that you could possibly imagine, or they're going to be unmotivating. And I want you to think about, for those of you maybe that are parents or just have a loved one, how would you want them to be spoken to? And is that how you talk to yourself? Because I think we can all be our own worst critic. We get in our head, we tend to question ourselves, we don't think we're enough, everything we do, like, we put under a microscope. And I want you to think about if like your child was like winning at school or winning at sports or doing something, and like all they ever got was criticism and somebody was just talking down to them all the time. How would you feel about that person doing that to your child or the person that you love? You wouldn't like it. I know as a mom, I wouldn't like it. And yet we do that to ourselves. And if we can't learn to love ourselves and believe that what we have to offer is great, it's going to be really hard to help others. So sometimes there's fears that come up, and what might be scary for me might be completely different for you. So some people are afraid of success. Some people are afraid of failure. Some people are afraid of what it might mean to make money. What does money represent? Some people are more introverted and don't want to talk to people they don't know. Some people are afraid of talking to the people they do know. Like, what does that mean if this person judges me? People are afraid of judgment often. And so I think we shape our behaviors. We do certain things that make us feel safe, like they're within our comfort zone. And if you stay in your comfort zone, wherever that box is, chances are your business is going to stay in your comfort zone. And this is so, so important to hear because of the fact that this is a leveraged business. And if you want to grow a team, if you want to build a team, if you want to be able to reach audiences, reach new people, you have got to get other people to know that it's okay to do the things that they're afraid of. And so I challenge you guys to do this. Like, whatever those things are, whatever those things that scare the heck out of you, do it. And don't worry about being great at it. Do you want to know what happens when you do it and you're not great at it? You give other people permission to do it and to totally suck. Because you know what? We all did. We all do. Who cares? People want to know that you're real. And if you can do something even when you're afraid, guess who you're going to make an impact on? Number one, your current team, your current downline. Like, they're going to be like, oh, well, Cindy just did that, even though that's not her vibe. That's not her comfort zone, but she did it. So why can't I do this? That's the first thing that's going to happen. The second thing that could potentially happen is, what about the new people, whether it's your cold market or your warm market, people that haven't yet joined you in business? What if they see you doing things that are just not so scary? What if I'm doing a live, for example, and my kids just run in here and start being obnoxious? Like, you want to know how many times that's happened along the way? I'm a mom, it happens. Like, do I try to make that happen? Of course not. Like, I plan. If I'm doing this, do I have like the door open and just, sitting in the kitchen? No. But my point is, does it happen? It does. And what do? You go with it, right? Because is my hair done right now? Yes, it's done because this is planned. But is my hair done when I am on a Zoom 18 times a day? No. Do I look like a hot mess? Yeah. Does anyone judge me? I mean, probably, but like, the amount of people that judge me, there's probably a much greater percent of people that are looking at it and going, oh my gosh, okay, she can do this. Like, she was able to build this from home through pregnancy, through breastfeeding, through, momming before the kids are in school, through a pandemic, homeschooling. Like, okay, maybe I can do it too. So if your mindset is like, okay, I have to have this, it has to be perfect. Once everything's perfect, I'm going to do it. It flashes me back to when I was younger and people would say, like, well, when's the perfect time to get married? Or when's the perfect time to have a kid? Like, make sure everything's perfect. It's never gonna be. Like, you just do it when it works for you, and you just do the best you can, and you show up, and you be unapologetically fired up about where you're going and the people that you are gonna take on the journey with you. Period. Like, end of story. All you have to do is have that posture and that confidence. And I promise you, people will join people that take them places. Period. Like, if this person is like, oh my gosh, if I join Cindy, this is where I'm going to go. This is how I see me having my own breakthroughs. They'll join you. Sometimes they don't even know what your product or company or service is. They might not. That all depends on your branding. But what I'm saying is that they're going to join you because they're going to see that you're having fun. You're doing something from home. You're living the life that maybe they want, right? So, like, it's important that you be real in that, but it's also important that you share it. Like, if you're too afraid to share it, unfortunately, no one's going to know to join you. And if you're out there like selling product and being that person, you're going to get customers. And if that's what you want, then that's great. We all need customers, like happy, amazing customers. We should have more customers than we have partners. And that's why, this industry can survive, and it's not the pyramid that people think, because we have great products and great customers. But to grow it to the level that we want to grow it, what is our reach if you're the only person getting customers? Your reach is either 10x to 100x to 1000x, so on, if you've got a whole bunch of other people doing the same thing, bringing in customers. So the power of you believing in your mind that you can lead an entire team, that you can build an army, that you can do something fun, and that you can make a difference for other people is incredible. And so you've got to help people sometimes see their potential, see their greatness before they see it in themselves. And the way that you do that is in your mind. So I will just leave you with this. You have got to serve so hard that people literally just want to come on the journey with you, that they don't think about anything else other than, I know if I'm aligned with this person, I am going to get to places that I haven't been and places that I want to go to have my own success. and that you can be that mentor. And what you did yesterday doesn't matter. Where you're going matters, your confidence, your posture, your belief. Surround yourself with other people that believe, right? We always say that you're like the 5 people you spend the most time with. So take a look at the 5 people you spend the most time with. Take a look with who they are in your personal life. Take a look at who they are in your professional life. Are they people that push you to be better? Are they people that help you level up your own game? If they're not, why are you doing it? Like, you can still love them, but should they be the people that you keep in your inner circle if they want you to stay stuck, right? Like, sometimes people are not cheering for you because when you level up, it forces them to realize where they're at. And don't let those people define your actions. Don't let those people get you scared to make that call, prospect that person that you see as maybe untouchable, unreachable. Why do you think that? That's just in your mind. If you think like, this person needs what I have, and hey, I'm just going to have a conversation and follow a system that I'm sure, everyone's got a system. Follow a system. Don't make it about you, and just keep serving and loving on people with that mindset. I think you'll see a huge shift in your business.
So I'm just taking all these notes here because it's one of my favorite topics. And I've always been intrigued by it. Even, playing semi-pro tennis, the thing I always loved focusing on was the mental aspect. And now I decided that with my busy schedule that it would be smart to go be an assistant tennis coach. So yesterday I was there for 5 hours. I did 20 hours last week. It's like the part-time free job, right? But that's okay. That's why we do what we do. And we were focusing a ton on mindset there. What would you say? Because, I love how you said the fear of judgment. I think that's the mother of all fears. Like, remove the fear of judgment. You don't have the fear of success. Like, think if there's no one around, you don't have the fear of success, fear of rejection, fear of inadequacy, fear of failure. You don't even have FOMO. You don't have fear of missing out. So if someone says, I know it, but I just can't overcome it. Of course, first we'd say stop saying can't. But what would be some things that you would give them to help build that, right? Like, overcome that fear, chip away at that fear so they can get that proper mindset, because it typically doesn't just switch overnight. I know for me, even after I'd done extremely well, I didn't feel comfortable public speaking for 7 years, which is stupid, but I just had that fear of judgment. So I'd love to hear some of your thoughts and concepts on this.
So for me, like, the best thing that I know how to do is to dig into the why behind it. So what's going to happen if someone judges you? Are you going to die? Like, is their judgment going to kill you? It's not, right? So, like, it's almost accepting the fear, right? So, like, let's just say that happens. Instead of being afraid that it's happened, like, okay, let's play out a scenario where you just got judged. Now what? Okay, so they judged you. Well, guess what? Thanks. I'm glad you feel that way. Be okay with it. Like, you can't control how they feel, right? The only thing you can control is what's going on in your own mind. So if you're okay with them judging you, the next time someone judges you, you're going to be like, all right, I've been judged before. Like, go ahead, judge me. I've been down this road. And when you do it a few more times, suddenly it's not so scary. So I don't think it's that you can always control what someone else does, but you can control how you respond to that judgment, right? And so there's that piece. And then the second piece would be believe so hard that what they feel doesn't matter, right? Like, if someone tells me at this point in time that they are not a believer of something that I stand for, okay, great. Well, I'll remember that, because I remember my old life in the corporate world when I worked 80 hours a week and I wasn't home and I wasn't present and I wasn't with the kids. And I'll remember that. And then I'll remember that you judged me for this. And I'll be like, good choice, right? Like, believe so much that what you're doing is right, or that where you're going is just have clarity, because then what they're saying, you're just like, okay.
Yeah, it's I remember when I went through this, it was like I kept having this inner battle, right? I believed it, and then I was just so worried what people thought. And I always say that you just have to allow your goals, dreams, and ambitions to beat out your fears. Now, there are going to be days where your fears win out. Those are little battles, but it can't win the war. And so when I started thinking about, those of you that have heard my trainings know I was very vivid on, I was going to do these family vacations. And that was like, I know it sounds crazy. It was just a goal. Last year I did 8 family vacations. The year before I did 7. I'm leaving tomorrow to go do a week. I figured it out. And since December, I've been averaging working less than 20 hours a week. And my business, I looked yesterday, is up 93% year over year. And it's like, because I started thinking differently and I started dealing with that fear of judgment. I had a friend, love this friend to death. Like somebody like, I can't believe your friends. No, everyone makes mistakes, but someone made a post that I'm interviewing this influencer, Rob Sperry. And all I did is just repost, the mention on stories. And she's like, influencer? Really? Are you serious? And if it would have been me even 4 or 5 years ago, I would have just been like, oh. And I was like, who cares?
Yeah.
Whether I am or I'm not, or to some I am, or to others I'm not. Who cares? It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let the opinion of others prevent me from chasing my goals, my dreams, and my ambitions. And so it's just so important. And I love the way that you broke it down. And I love how you started out with, you don't need a perfect story. And in fact, no one wants to hear a perfect story because it's not relatable. That's not going to connect. And your so-called perceived weaknesses, I believe, can actually be hidden strengths if you allow them to be. So let's just give a huge round of applause, which is gifts and emojis and shares and thank yous to Cindy for taking the time to be here today and just dropping huge value. I mean, when you get a compressed time with all these legend superstars that are taking their best insights and share it, just make sure that the best compliment you can give to them is apply it and come back to them 6 months later and say, you know what? I took that exact thing you said and I crushed my freaking business. Like that's the best compliment. So Cindy, thanks for being on. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to hanging out with you here in Florida in 24 days, 23 days, something like that.
Yes, I can't wait for the beach.
We're going to have some fun. So, hey,
I know.
thanks so much. And we'll do another little contest here. I know I did one with Melissa, and I'm going to bring on my good buddy here, James. I'm so glad he's got his shirt on because he just makes me look bad. He's just so shredded. So I've been trying this new program called Think and Grow Ripped for the last 2 years. And I just like, it's all lies because it's not working. Like I'm trying the attraction marketing, like Think and Grow Ripped. Like, come on. I've been like thinking on my biceps, even on my butt because I have skinny butt syndrome. And it's just like not working. So maybe I'm going to have to get some of your tips and strategies. But I just really appreciate the fact that you got your shirt on today because the first time I met you in person was in Mexico at the very first mastermind, and my wife's there and he has his shirt off. I'm just like, hey, that's not cool, man. Like making me look that bad. Not cool. It's not cool.
Well, I think, bro, for me is that I'm always conscious of the other person and I want to empower you, not disempowering you. And I remember you feeling like an empty wetsuit when I stood next to you. So, I'm not about that. Today's about you. So I put on a shirt and covered up the gun.
Oh, well, I'm so excited to hear your training. I started out, gave a little bit of everything as we went. And then we focused on how to nurture some of those leads with stories. And then we got back to back with mindset, which I just think is so important. Later, we're going to be talking about scripts and some other strategies and different things. And James has just become a really close friend. It's been fun. We've hung out in Banff, Canada. We've hung out, in Mexico. We've hung out a couple times in the UK. And I remember you and Fraser and I, we were able to do that dinner after for hours upon hours, just talking about, anything and everything. And it was just such high level conversations that I just loved it. I mean, I loved, that power of collaboration as we were all able to do that. I know you've broken records. You got to the top of 2 companies very, very quickly. You've created hundreds of millions of dollars in sales. And now you've recently transitioned into the coaching world. I know you focus a lot on network marketing, but also a lot of outside of network marketing. And so he's not someone that doesn't speak from a place of experience. He can give you a wide range of experiences. So what we're going to do is, for all of you in the comments this time, what we're going to do is in the comments, I would love to know, I'm trying to think of a question here on the spot, because I tried the Think and Grow Ripped program. A question around that probably wouldn't work. So I'm going to let you all guess in the comments below how many days a week that I work out. Okay. And I'll choose one of the winners and I'll comment below. And let's make sure we show James a ton of love throughout this incredible training. James, I'm going to remove myself and we're just going to listen to your phenomenal training, my man. Excited to hear you.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Hey, guys, listen, there is 1,000,001 things you could be doing today, but you're giving up your time. You're giving up your time and investing in yourself from a time perspective to learn more, to become more, to create a different set of circumstances for you guys. And I know Rob feels the same. I'm sure the other speakers do. I take that responsibility serious. Even though I'm just here for 20 minutes, I want to think about like two things. Can I bring some energy so you feel that? But beyond the energy, can I leave you with a few things, some action steps that you can really start to make changes, not only in your business, but in your life. So, you know, the topic today in terms of the cold market stuff, I just want to get you to think a little bit beyond that. And I want you to think, one of the things I really focus on now as a coach, and Rob's right, and the network marketing stuff, that's like, look, you know, this is why people are here. They want to build a network marketing business. But I'm really obsessed with the psychology. Like, what are the commonalities? You know, this person in this company and this person in this company, they're completely different products, completely different comp plans, but they're just doing certain things that get them results. So I want to understand what helps people to become more, you know, what helps them to become more influential, because the things that you desire in the future is going to require you to be more influential, to grow as a person. And I want to give you some of the tips and my insights on that today. So as you continue to build your business, as you put yourself out there, you can become more influential and you can impact more people. Start with this. If you've got a notepad and pen, you might want to write this down. You can become, basically, you can make more friends in 2 months by being interested in people than you can in 2 years trying to get people interested in you. So, and I see this mistake so much in the network marketing industry. Everyone's trying to get people interested in them, but flip that on its head if you want to really start to influence and become interested in people, because that's important to people. So that's a great start if you start to think from that perspective. And it is a little bit long term. I know some of the trainings today for people will be, you know, how you can turn cold to warm very quickly. I want you to think long term about how you can develop that influence, how you can cultivate those relationships, how you can give more value, how you can become more and grow a business and cultivate the right relationships long term. Okay, think about this for a second. This is always a question that brings a smile to my face, because I can think about the people who've been influential in my own life. Think about your life, and it doesn't matter if it was a family member, a friend, you know, someone in a business sense. Just write in the chat, like, who's someone who's been super influential in your life? Think about it. It can be from, you know, when you was young. It can be, you know, recent. It can be right now. Think about someone who has been influential. And I want to give you the psychology of why they was influential, because once you understand that, then you can become consciously competent. You can start to apply that in your own life and become more influential. So think about that person. How is he influential? And I pretty much guarantee it was for one of these 3 reasons. Influential people, they either do one of 3 things. They teach us how to think. Like Rob, for example, influential because he's coming, and all the speakers today maybe coming with new ideas, new thoughts, new possibilities, and teaching you guys how to think. Therefore, they are having a positive influence on you. Maybe the person who you thought, maybe it was your father, maybe it was your mother, and they would, you know, bit by bit, you know, give you new possibilities, give you new ways of thinking. So if you want to influence people, one of the ways is guiding people how to think. That is influence. Number two, people who influence us can challenge us to be more. I mean, that's a hallmark of a coach, right? That for me, when I'm coaching people, is sometimes I'm gonna show someone the mirror and I'm gonna challenge them to become more. That's a level of influence, and I want you to think about that and how you can apply that into your business. How can you challenge people to become more? Again, if you're thinking about the person who has the influence on you, maybe they've at certain points challenged you to become more. The third thing that someone might do if they've influenced you, maybe they've role modeled the way. So we do this a lot in the industry. You know, we talk about, hey, this person was a record breaker. There was a 6-figure earner. There was a 7-figure earner. Maybe there was an 8-figure earner. And what they've done is they've role modeled the way. So they've shown us how it can be done. You've heard the old saying is that success leaves clues. So that's what they did. So I want you to just write those 3 down and think about in the future as you start to build your business, how can you develop more influence? You're going to teach people how to think. You, whenever you can challenge people to become more. And thirdly, can you role model the way? That will help you develop your influence. Now, in terms of today, think about some things that we're talking about, the cold prospecting, but I'm sure this has been covered already and will be covered lots more. The key to this is really turning cold to warm. Somebody you don't know that well, to actually creating rapport with, to creating more of a relationship with, because, you know, you guys know that others are going to do business with people they know, like, and trust. So that's important. So let me give you a couple of tips on that. The first one, and I remember experiencing this, I was the person on the end of this, but then I learned the psychology afterwards. And you'll be able to think about this in your own life and where you've implemented this yourself, or maybe you've experienced it on the other side like I did. I always remember in my first company, one of my mentors, he said, I've got a friend and she does websites and things like that. And I wasn't really interested. I did, but for my love and respect for him, I said, yeah, she can come to my house and, maybe she can tell me about the websites that she does. But it was just a second thought. I didn't really pay any attention. Anyway, Saturday came, there was a knock at my door. And I opened the door and I'd forgot that this woman was coming to my house and I wasn't really interested. I wasn't going to buy a website from her. It just wasn't even a priority in my mind. As I opened the door, she says, you must be James. And I said, oh yeah, that's right. You're Julie. She goes, yes. And my daughter at the time was small. She was probably about 3 years old. And my daughter comes behind me. She goes, this must be Lacey May. Now, bearing in mind, I'd never met this woman. So before she even steps into my house, she pulls out this magazine, Peppa Pig, for those who know who Peppa Pig is, and said, Lacey, I brought this for you. My daughter's face lights up. She's so excited. And instantly, my daughter has a connection with this woman. Then the woman says, James, because she knew I was into my health, she'd done her research, she found out, and she brought me some organic veg. This is for you. I didn't need a website. That woman left with a check from me for £3,000. I bought a website. Looking back, it was like, even before that she stepped through the door, is that I was just so connected to this woman. I felt compelled. The law of reciprocation is that she took so much of an interest in me, and the person I love the most in the world, I felt compelled to do business from her. I just thought it was a cool story when I reflect on it. There's something that I actually didn't need or desire, but I ended up getting. Maybe that's an extreme example, but you can also activate the law of reciprocation where you are doing something for other people, when you understand what's important to other people. And remember, we're in a world at the moment where everyone wants to take. Like, what about the psychology of giving first? So the law of reciprocation, you know what it's like. If you're in a bar sometimes and someone wants to, hey, let me get you a drink, you feel compelled, most of us do, to buy them a drink back. That is a law of reciprocation. You can activate that. And that was something that was prominent in my business. I would always give value to people. I would always look for ways that I could help people and they would feel compelled to help me back. So that's number one. It's been covered before, I think Rob said, about stories, but stories displace all resistance. And so many people get caught up on information and product details and the comp plan, and we get paid 37 ways or whatever it is. And that actually doesn't connect with people. That's information. How can you wrap that in a story? Some of the best speakers in the world, one of my mentors, John Maxwell, who's wrote over 100 leadership books, when he speaks in stories because he knows that that connects with people. So start to think now, if you're influencing people, if you want to connect with people, the message you want to deliver, you need to wrap it in a story. Because here's the thing with a story: people place themselves in the story. So stop getting caught up in too much information and tell more stories. Number 3, just like that lady did, find out what is important to people and never forget it. I'll say that again. Find out what is important to people and never forget it. You know, I've seen it so many times since then. You know, someone's name is the sweetest sound they know. So if you're being interested in people, you know, for the right reasons, if you understand what's important to them, then you're going to have a strong connection with that person. They're going to feel that sincerity. They're going to feel that you're interested in them. And again, people want to do business with others they know, like, and trust. So find out what's important to people and never forget it. Okay, the next one in terms of social media is, if you have a group of people that you're interested in, if that you want to do business with, if potentially those guys want to become your customers, or you want to build that relationship, you need to love on people. That's very simple. Like, there was times in the past when I knew people were loving on me on social media. I was aware of it, but I couldn't help but like people who liked me. They were just raving fans all the time, everything I did. Hey, James, this is great. Thanks, James. Thanks so much. And that's just how we work. That's how the brain works. We like people who like us most of the time. So in a social media perspective, that if you're interested in people, you want them in your business, or, you know, you want them to try your products and services, and you got to go out your way to love on them people online and offline, wherever you can. So that's super important. And then the final 2 things is, you have to think about this a little bit more. And this is one of the things from how to win friends and influence people is, I always try to, where I can, is create a win-win scenario. When I was in the military, it was different. I did 15 years in the military. We didn't need to create that. You know, there's a rank structure. I'm in charge of you. I can tell you what to do. But I always remember that I would sweep the floor if someone told me when I was new. But if they could create a set of circumstances that made me feel better about it, I would sweep it with more enthusiasm. So just think about, in your business and in your life in general, how can you create win-wins for someone? Most people are focused on, I'm creating a win for me, and I don't really care if the other person loses. So psychologically, how can you create a win-win? If you just have that mentality that other people feel like they get a win in every interaction or every scenario, that is going to bode well for your future. And the final thing I want to say is, some people fall into the trap in terms of developing influence. They try to be somebody to everybody. They just try to be the nice guy or the nice person, and, you know, they say, hey, and they don't really stand for anything. And that always shines through. Yes, you can love on people. Yes, you can do all the things that I've just talked about, but you must be someone of principle. Like, if you want to develop influence, people must look at you, and they might not always agree with you, but they say, hey, this guy or this lady, they stand for something. And even though I might not agree, I respect that. So that's the final point on developing your influence, is make sure that people see that you're a person of value, person of integrity, and that you stand for something. And that's it really on that, Rob. You know, I just wanted to get people to think more long term and all the, you know, prospecting and turning cold to warm right now. But long term, if you start to apply these principles in your life, then not only will you get more customers and business partners into your organization, but you'll continue to grow and develop your influence.
I love that. So a couple of questions. A lot of people get stuck in network marketing, as we know. I've been there, you've probably been there, we've all been there. We get stuck in our own minds and we get in our own way. And I love how you talked about stories. And one of the things I wrote down was stories displace resistance. I'll give you credit probably 2 or 3 times, and then after I'll forget, and all of you can just call me out on that. But can you give some examples on how someone can reformulate their story? Because a lot of people, I know what they're thinking. You know what they're thinking. You think, yeah, but I don't have a good story. How can what are some methods, thoughts, principles, strategies, whatever we want to call it, that one can actually properly tell their story? Because this is one of the most underrated, important principles, I believe, in the entire network marketing profession. And I know my first month I crushed it with telling a story, and I didn't even feel like I had created yet a story, but we all have a story. And then the second month I transitioned to working probably 10 times more, knew 10 times more, had 10 times less the results, because I turned into this analyze, paralyze, like the company's been around this long and the founders and publicly traded and we got this amount of revenue, right? And the comp plan pays 72.67 ways and we have all these pending patents. And it was like diarrhea of the mouth. So teach us some of your thoughts and philosophies and principles for one, telling their story the right way, because this is a great way, if we're going like cold to close, how you can quickly warm up that cold market and quickly start to build that trust.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great point. And I remember in my first company, and then I was unconsciously competent. I was just doing what everyone else was doing. But now I understand why we had so much success, because basically, like you said later on, we started to talk about the comp plan and, you know, how it's patent pending and all this stuff. And, you know, people would glaze over. But what's a better way than really diving into the comp plan in extreme detail is just saying, hey, this is my friend Rob. Rob, tell your story. And Rob just says, hey, you know, I was broke and whatever the story is. Rob's just speaking from the heart. And then basically I earned $500 this month. And, you know, I was able to, you know, pay that extra payment on the car. That is more powerful than any comp plan training. So again, sometimes you may need some detail for those who are analytical, but I guarantee for everyone now on this training, every time that you're exposing people to information, just look at it and say, how can I create a story with that? That's all you have to do. So you're going to transfer information into a story, and then it's just going to become natural. Some of the best speakers in the world, like I mentioned, John Maxwell, some of the top guys, if you watch, they're about 70% stories. They just weave it in. There's a little point that they make, but it's always wrapped in a story. And if you guys feel that you haven't got a story right now, it's because you've probably attached like, hey, I'm not the top of the comp plan, or I'm not this. Your story could be is that you were just stressed and overwhelmed and you don't love what you do. And now that you're inspired and that you're on a new path, that's an amazing story. Never mind your story. What about all the people around you who've got stories that you can share as well? So if you're prospecting and you're speaking to new people, I think one of the first things you need to do is, as quickly as you can, is create a story. And if I knew that, hey, this guy's a military guy, and I know James is in the military and he's in my organization, I'm going to say, hey, Rob, let me introduce you to James, because I think you guys are going to get along because you're in the military. He's in the military. Hey, James, tell Rob your story. Very simple. Find someone like them. Get this other person to tell them the story. They think he's like me. If he did it, I can do it too.
I had a gal, I'm thinking about this, that was in the network marketing profession, and she started sharing all these accolades, and it was like this complicated story. And when she went away from it and started sharing, I mean, she was a mom, she was extremely busy. She had 4 kids. Her husband was working full time. She was doing this on the side. And when she talked about how she was doing it for them, and she fit it in between all of her kids.
Amazing.
You know, going to football / soccer. I don't know why we call it soccer because everyone else calls it football, but going to all their different sporting events and dance and recitals and everything else, her business just blew up. I mean, people are crying when they're listening to her story, and she had to realize that she had to simplify it. And one of the other things I think that's important for all of you is when you pay attention and listen to all of these different speakers, and you listen to different Facebook Lives and different YouTube trainings, notice that just like James said, the best ones share stories. I think, you know, maybe I'm biased, maybe James agrees, but and it's one of my best friends, but I think the best speaker in network marketing is Fraser Brooks. You guys can tag him so then he knows we're talking about him. But
yeah,
he is the best at telling stories. I know when we ran events together, Australia, like, I'm just like, you're so good at it. Like, he's telling stories. Yes, he's fun. He's funny, but he's also very vulnerable. And then he's going to get your attention, and then he's going to teach you. So I would challenge all of you to start creating and formulating that story instead of saying you don't have a story. Get rid of that limiting belief, because we all have a story. Part of your story is where you're at and where you want to go. Don't think of it as, well, I haven't had success yet. Well, that's like James said, it's more relatable when you're there of, hey, this is my struggle. Here's my vulnerability. And then also share, what's your goal? Maybe you haven't had any success yet. My struggle is, you know what? I can't do those family vacations that I want to do every single year. I want to be able to take my kids to Disneyland every single year, and I can't do it. And I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so I'm going to do whatever it takes, and I'm going to make this work. And I'm extremely passionate about the leadership, the company, the products that we have, and I'm going to do it within a year. And it may take me 2 or 3 years, but I'm going to do whatever it takes. Oh, that's like 40 seconds, 30 seconds. That is a powerful story. And I'm not sharing any success. I haven't had any success yet. I didn't say I had any success yet, but it's still power in the story as you go. So last question.
Bro, can I just say one gift? And this is someone who, it's easy to look at someone like Fraser and go, he's a natural. And that's a story that people are telling themselves, that Fraser is the man he is today because he basically immersed himself in these learnings. So if Fraser and I know this, and Fraser will tell you this, if he wants to articulate a point, he will then think about, hey, I want to talk about, you know, whatever, dealing with rejection. He'll then find a story in his own life and experience that now anytime he wants to teach on rejection, he tells the story. So all you guys have to do is pay attention that whatever you want a story on, if you sat down and wrote down, like, you know, the 4 titles, I guarantee you at some point in your life, you'll have some experience that you can relate to that. The great storytellers are intentional. They've gone through this and they've basically honed this skill in, and you guys can do the same. So I just wanted to reiterate that.
No, that's really good. We have a question right here before we go to our next speakers is, how do you overcome the fear of talking in front of people? I know it's a limited belief. And as you're thinking about that real quick, all of you that are just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. You're going to have access to this replay, so don't stress it. But we do love live viewers. So if you can do us a huge favor, this is for you, for your teams, for all of us. These speakers are so willing to give freely of their time, is share this into your team groups or wherever you feel like is the best place. And then comment, share below, and I'll give away a couple more planners, and you can choose Team Pink or Team Black. I know James is Team Pink. And then we'll make sure we get you out a shipped, you know, one of these strategies planners. So, Top, how do you overcome the fear of talking in front of people?
This fits in beautifully with the last question and this question. 2013, you guys are blessed. You have Zooms and all these these fancy platforms that you can do online meetings with. Now, we didn't have that then. This was old school. This was hotel meetings. I was a military guy. I was full of confidence. My mentor stood up. He said, do you want to say a few words? I stood up and my confidence drained out of me. My knees started to shake. My heart was thumping so loud, I believed everyone could hear it. My mouth was so dry. My lips stuck. And as I went to speak, there was a squeak in my voice. It was a horrible experience. And do you know what I did? I had a decision to make, just like the person who asked this question, is I'll avoid that for the rest of my life, or I'll do it again. I did over 100 events in that first year. They asked me to speak at the company convention next year in front of 6,000 people. They called me an overnight success. Here's the thing. Fear feeds on time. Repetition is the mother of all skill. That I wasn't gifted, I had to go and do the reps. So I'm going to let you know now, there isn't a skill or attribute that you desire that you can't attain if you're willing to do the reps. So that's really important that you understand that. And if you didn't notice already, I wrap that in the story as well.
That's great. John Maxwell says the ability to learn how to learn is the greatest ability one can have. If someone else can do it, you can do it. It's only a question of time. So get rid of those limiting beliefs. Let's make sure we give James a huge thank you, gifts, emojis, comments, drop your greatest insights to him. James, thanks so much for coming on, my man. I hope I get to see you in person here soon. And I don't know when, right? Next couple months or something. We'll figure it out, but we'll make it happen. And until the next time, we all appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much, James. And we're going to bring on our next guest here. And our next guest, oh my goodness, you guys made it, right? Wait, you're not on the boat? What happened? You took a break for a minute?
We got off just for you, Rob.
Yeah, you were probably like, oh, why do we schedule this time, Rob? Like, you're screwing up our schedule, our lifestyle. Well, these two have become such close friends, besides the fact that they're some of the very top earners in a couple $100 million company. They're two of the greatest human beings. I love everything that they stand for. And for me, I just naturally try to find those people that aren't just great leaders, but great human beings, because I think that's just so important for setting that example. They build it the right way. They've done it. They've been in the trenches. And I remember talking personally to Brandon. I was shocked. It was probably 4 years ago. And you were like, hey, I'm not very good on social media. I need to learn this and this and this. And now you're incredible at social media. You both are. But at that time, I didn't know how big of leaders you both were. And, looking back on that, it's just incredible humility, and goes with what we just said with James on the ability to learn how to learn. Like, there was no ego. It was just like, wasn't like, I'm this top earner. I had to find out through my other sources and reporting and investigating. So
I just wanted you to buy my lunch.
That's it, right? Like, we're just hanging out and you're coming here. And I think that was when I decided not to shave the neck. I've learned since then, like, if I'm going to grow this out, I gotta shave the neck. The wife told me, like, it's got to go if you don't shave the neck. So no offense for anyone who doesn't, but I love it, love it, love it. We've had so many just good trainings. We've talked about mindset. We've talked about, where to generate leads. We've talked about warming up the leads. And I just think it's so important to hear different styles, different personalities, different voices. You never know which one's going to make all the difference. And so I am excited. Everyone else is excited. I'm just going to remove myself here and let you two just take it away and go crush it as usual. So thank you so much for being on, friends.
Thank you for having us.
Our pleasure. And thanks for not doing this yesterday on the last day of the month, because wow, I need a nap. We're not going on the boat. I need a nap. But it is absolutely our pleasure to be here to do this with your audience. We just so honored, respect what you do as well. And yeah, for real, like a few years ago, I was like, I've got to surround myself with people who know how to network on another level, because we were in a bubble. We're going to talk about that a little bit. 4 or 5 years ago, we were in a bubble, meaning we didn't know a lot of people outside of our own company. And we only kind of knew one way to do this. So what we're going to share is what we've learned and experienced over the last 4 years, almost like a rebirth. Like, we got to the top rank of the company one way, and then realized, man, there's a whole bunch of ways to make money in this industry, and social media is a big one. So
yeah, it's interesting, because when we started with the company that we're currently with, we had no experience in network marketing. So what we learned, what we were told, is all we knew, right? Because we had no point of reference. And so we did build this kneecap to kneecap, and with a mindset that really this is something that you do for 2 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years, you build this income you want and you're done.
We're not.
That's that was like a very hard way to learn a lesson. But you're never done. Like this is a profession. It's our new profession from, what we used to do. It was a side hustle that turned into our profession. But the reality is, as a leader, you have to lead with example. And our original mindset was working with our warm market. And when we ran out of people to talk to, we didn't know what to do, because the only thing outside of the warm market was like, putting flyers out, leaving business cards in different spots. Like we just, the whole social media thing just wasn't even open to conversation. And
we even, going back 8 or 9, even more than that, probably going back 9 to 10 years ago, we had people that were kind of our mentors that we were hearing from them. Like they would bring new people into the business and they're like, man, they've burned through their database. Like it's over for them. Like it's over. And we were like, wow, it's over. Like if you can't knock it out of the park with the people in your hot warm list, there's no chance for you in this industry. I mean, how crazy of a statement was that? But that was kind of was our influence. And so it did send us on a course of like, that just can't be. And so that's why I'm real grateful for what you do, Rob, and educating people. In fact, what we have found is that a very slim number of people knock it out of the park, hit the big ranks or hit the big dollars with their warm market. The majority of 6- and 7-figure earners, they get to those bigger ranks with people that they meet long after they signed up. In other words, they didn't know these people when they became a distributor or a rep in their company. They found them through networking. And today, with social media, I mean, you can network all over the world and really, really quick. And so, we're going to talk a little bit today about treating this with a mindset of a traditional business, in that no one opens a traditional business and thinks it's over in 2 to 3 years. And I'm a firm believer that your net worth is a direct connection to your network, the size of your network. So the more you can network, the more you can grow that. And with social media, it's just so super powerful.
Well, and it's exciting, really, because I can tell you that there was a point in time in our business that I was a little bit like I don't know how to encourage people if they're telling me they don't have anybody else to talk to. Like, obviously they can talk to the postman and the lady at the grocery store and all that. But I mean, you actually have to go out and about and be meeting people in order to make that happen. So social media should excite, like the idea of how many people you can actually touch should excite you, because then all it boils down to is how many people how much time you're actually going to invest in reaching out to people, because they're everywhere. It's just a matter of, will you be productive with your time or not?
Yeah. So first thing I'll share with you guys that I think is super important is pick a platform or two and stick to those platforms. So we were late to the game. Lynette and I were late to the game to social media for the reasons we've already stated. You know, when you reach success a certain way, why would you do it another way? And then so once we dove into social media, Facebook was already the rage. And I was starting to hear about Instagram and how, a lot of people were starting to transfer over the Instagram, and that was their platform. But today, I don't know if it was 2020 or what, but I mean, like, is it TikTok? Is it Clubhouse? Is it Pinterest? Is it LinkedIn? Is it Instagram, Facebook, YouTube? What is it? And my first suggestion to you is don't do all of them at the same time, because I don't find that I or anybody else that I've seen can be efficient and good and master all those different things and still maintain a balance where they can do the other part of what they need to run an organization or to have a family and a life. I mean, Lynette and I are firm believers that you kind of draw up the way you want your business to look 5 years from now, and that's the way you go build your business. Whereas letting your business kind of run you, like you need to run your business. And this goes to social media as well. I've looked around a lot of people who are building on social media. This is not in my notes. This is a Rob Sperry special here, off into the weeds, squirrel. And their eyes never leave their cell phone. And I'm like, are you guys seeing, like, we could be on a beautiful incentive trip somewhere and their eyes are glued to a cell phone. And I'm like, no. So what we did is we picked a couple platforms and try to be as efficient and give as much as we can in those platforms. While I'm educating, I'm always kind of keeping my pulse on what other leaders are doing in other platforms. But I don't feel like I need to be the first. I remember a meeting in a previous business of mine. Side note, I used to ride dirt bikes a lot, and I taught people how to ride them professionally. And I was at Honda Racing. We were introducing some new stuff to some of the upper echelon at Honda. And some of the executives said, at Honda, we don't have to be first. We just have to be the best. I've never forgot that. You don't have to be the first in all these different platforms. Just try to be the best that you can.
I was just going to add, in trying to identify, a lot of times people want others' opinions. Well, where do you think that I should spend my efforts? And I mean, everybody has a different opinion for good reasons, right? But what I think is it has a lot to do with you and your personality. Like, and what demographic you're looking to attract and where you're most likely to find that audience. And so I feel like it's more of a personal decision rather than taking a poll or the pulse on everyone, because you have to connect with your audience. And if you're talking to the wrong audience, you're not going to connect and you're not going to be attracting people. So
yeah, so I'll tell you that I'm going to mention 3 platforms, but I consider them 2 because Facebook and Instagram, to me, I almost consider one platform because they do integrate kind of easily. And what you can do in one automatically goes to the other. And while on my Instagram and my Facebook, they look a little different on purpose, the majority of the time I'm like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So I am using Facebook and Instagram, but the one that really has my attention, Lynette and I's attention and interest in our time, is YouTube. I love YouTube because I don't know if you know this, it's the 2nd largest search engine in the world to Google. So when people are trying to figure things out, if they don't find what they want in YouTube, and because like we're becoming such visual humans around the world that you can Google something, but you'll get articles. If you go to YouTube, you get a video. Mm-hmm. And I know if people are going to YouTube, different than Instagram or Facebook, we're now almost conditioned with stories that if you don't catch my attention in 7 to 15 seconds, I'm off to the next story. Bing, 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 bing. Like you got to be good quick. When they go to YouTube, no one goes there for 10 to 15 seconds. And I don't know, maybe I like to talk a lot because I can't seem to get things said the way I want in 7 to 15 seconds. But if I've got a couple minutes to 5 minutes, I can get my point across. So I am focusing heavy in YouTube, and I'll tell you guys that there's some things that you can do in there with your tags that when people go in and start searching will help you. And here's a little pro tip. If you want to find out what videos you should be doing in YouTube, if YouTube is your jam or you want to go down that road, if you don't mind being on camera a little bit, is go into the search engine and start typing things around either what your brand is. Maybe your brand is fishing, right? And so go in and do how to fish or how to catch. And then YouTube, just like Google, will start putting words up for you. And that tells you the most frequent search phrase. And that will tell you probably what you should be doing videos. So there's a tip I've done that I'm like, well, I want to do a video on this. Well, those videos get sometimes very little views. But as soon as I go into that search engine and I find out what people are wanting to watch, those get massive more attention. So that's one tip. Tip number 2 with YouTube is in the comments, if you will give them some timelines, like at 33 seconds, we discuss this. At 1 minute and 20 seconds, we discuss this, because that will allow people to go in there and just click that timeline and jump right to what they really want, because maybe they don't want to know everything about your invite or everything about whatever it is that you're speaking on. They want to get right to the point. So that's a couple things that I'm loving about YouTube, as well as some other things that you can do in there.
Yeah, and I think it's important, you guys, that you recognize that when you are dealing with cold market, it's a slower progression than when you're dealing with warm market. And I think that having the right expectation or mindset around that is important, because you know, people will sit back and watch you. You don't even know you're being watched. I got a message from a person I don't know well. You know, I met her on Facebook, and she didn't even say my name right when she said hello and messaged me. But she asked me, she was like, you had a post up a while ago about this. And she asked me about it. And I was like, oh, like I didn't even know that I was on her radar. I didn't even realize she was paying any attention, because I'd reached out to her multiple times. But the reality is things change in people's lives, right? And so they'll reach out when it's right for them, if you've been putting something out there for them to recognize. So it is a slower progression with cold market a lot of times, not always. I guess it depends on if you're selling or trying to attract. But nonetheless, it is an adjustment in mindset, I think.
Yeah, and I would tell you guys when it comes to cold market, that you know who you are or what your brand is clearly, and you stay in that lane. My goodness, the year 2020 brought out, in my opinion, the amateurs of social media sharing, or whatever you want to call it, because they got way out of their lane in 2020. And I'm speaking like way out of their lane. And, you know, I've been told, maybe you guys have heard this before, that you think of your social media feed as if it was like a television show, like ESPN, right? You don't, if you went to ESPN and all of a sudden they were showing you how to cook, you would like, what's going on here? You're like, where'd my ESPN go? So don't do that to your feed, guys. Don't go off into someone else's agenda. Cannot become your brand. That is allowing your emotions to control your business. And there is no place for that in business. There is no place for that. That is amateur stuff. So make sure you know your brand and stay in there, because like the example Lynette just gave, if Lynette would have got way off out of control because some things in her personal life were feeding over into her brand, she could have never got that message, which meant she could have never got that customer or potential next leader that could, you know, obviously help build a business. So.
Yeah, and the other thing, guys, is because people are out there watching, you know, it's important that you adopt that mindset that you're going to be consistent with your messaging, with your posting, with all of your DMOs, whatever your DMOs are. But the consistency for those people who are kind of lurking out there and watching, it's critical. I think a lot of times about, like, I tend to think of examples of working out in the gym and that sort of thing. And, you know, with the gym, if you make a decision, okay, I'm going to get fit, and you go to the gym for 8 hours in one day, when you get home, if you take off your clothes and look in the mirror, your body looks the same as it did before you left for the gym. You could even do it the next day, another 8-hour day in the gym. You're going to look the exact same, because it's not about going all out one time and then you're done. It's about the consistency. And at the gym, you know, if you're consistent in time, you will see changes, right? But it takes that consistency. So it's not one incredible post that gets people's attention. It's not 2, it's not 3. It's the daily consistency in that.
I'm smiling over here because I can't get this post out of my mind from yesterday. You have no idea what I'm about to say. It's good. It's clean. It said, hey, this is the post. Hey, before I go get in shape, I'm just wondering if any of you guys like me chubby. It's fair enough question because, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Because that's easier.
Guys, I love numbers. Numbers to me are entertainment almost. And so you maybe have heard of the story of or the question that you would pose to someone. Would you rather have a penny a day or $1 million? And a lot of people think like $1 million, instant gratification, give me the million. When you look at the lottery winners, a lot of times they want the money. And that's a whole nother subject because really one of my passions is teaching financial literacy, especially inside our industry. But if you go and do those numbers of a penny doubling every day, at 30 days, it's not $1 million, it's over 5 million. Over 5 million. If you would pick the penny doubling every day, you get way bigger return than the million, which is kind of the lesson there that you shouldn't be looking for instant gratification. But here's my lesson for you in this crowd in this message today. Lynette's talking about consistency. And social media, especially with cold market, is so important that you're consistent. That penny that doubles every day, that turns into 5 million. What if you just doubled every other day? I mean, that's pretty good. Like, what if you just post every other day? Or what if you just give your social media attention every other day? Whatever it is. The penny on day 15 is $163. Not 5 million. So you would think, oh, 5 million. So maybe that penny's 2.5 million, or maybe it's $1 million. No, it's $163. It's squat. It's nothing compared to what it could be. Consistency works the same way. Like you're like, well, I am working in social media, but are you working consistently in social media? Because I can tell you when we jumped in hard 4 or 5 years ago, it was brutal. Oh my gosh, it was brutal because no one cared. And you know that there's that dopamine. We all care. I will tell you guys that one of the best things I've learned in the past couple of years is that the first 30, if you're going to spend an hour in social media, the first 30 minutes you need to spend creating, not consuming. Okay, like create before you consume. If ever you're frustrated, like last year, everybody's frustrated with social media. That's because they were consuming. If you get frustrated with social media and the message out there, just go create what your lane is and create value and then turn it off. Don't consume, just create. And then jump over into all your DMs and Messenger and go to work and turn those posts into some money for you. So, I think, you're great with budgets and time. Why don't you kind of give them a little closing thought around that?
On budget and time, I don't even remember what I was going to say about that. Just setting aside them. You guys know you can get into that scroll hole and just totally let an hour pass. All of us have fallen into that. But if you allot the amount of time for what you're actually going to get accomplished, I play games with myself. It's almost like a treat. Like, okay, I get to do this if first I've done this, right? So if you're intentional about setting a timer, whatever it may be, so that you can stay on track with what you're doing, then if you want to waste time scrolling, that's fine. If you've accomplished what you've set out to accomplish, you've got to be intentional about it.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who spend a lot of time in social media and they're not happy with the results. And I would say that they're probably not budgeting their time. They're getting distracted, which is easy to do because, it's social media. There's funny stuff there. There's interesting stuff there. There's ads, all that stuff. That's what they do. They're really good at getting us to lock in and never leave. That's what they want. The problem is we're using social media to make money. And that's not good if you're distracted and off into the weeds. So, Rob, I hope that some of that content was good for you guys in the audience. It's what we do. It's the real deal.
I love it. I've got, I keep taking all these notes because as we started with the ability to learn how to learn, and it's always just, I always say good leaders have vision, great leaders give vision. And so as I say that and teach that, I'm still always trying to constantly learn how to better convey this vision, let alone learn for myself, right? All of that stuff as you go, and it just makes a difference. So a couple different things I've got written down is focus. I mean, it's so easy to get distracted with how many platforms there are, right? It's like, I got to be on this, I got to be on this, I got to be on that. Look, pick one and become great at it. And as you become great at it, then then you can start to say, okay, I'll diversify a little bit or I'll repurpose, but don't be average at all of them, or you won't even be average. You'll be really bad at all of them. And then how you said, stay in your lane, know your brand, and talked about consistency, because people just, I talked about this at the very beginning when we started. I don't care what you talk about. If it's passionate, that's fine, but stick with it. I don't care if you're passionate about guns and vaccines and politics and religion. Great. I'm not going to say how dare you talk about your passion, but don't be the person that doesn't post about politics for 3 years and 9 months. And then for 3 months, you go crazy posting about it, because look, if you're passionate about it, talk about it always, or don't. So you can create those raving fans. So you can focus on your brand. So you can build that as you go. And then the consistency is so important, because nobody I know is great at cold market that isn't consistent. So stop saying, yeah, but I'm just not that good. And that penny doubled. I hadn't looked at that for probably 5 years. And I asked my friends if they knew it. Monday night, we had a couple's dinner. None of them had heard it. And they were mind blown. I said, would you guys choose a penny double or 100K? You got to answer. And I told them they had to answer in 5 seconds. Everyone said 100K. And then we went through it, and they just couldn't even believe the end of it, the compounding. And then the last thing is produce versus consume. Be a producer, right? The consuming, set the timers Lynette talked about. Go comment, message them, that sort of thing. But be the person that's providing value as you go. The host gets the most. Become the host, and it will make a difference. So I apologize for interrupting your guys' boat time, yacht time. I still been waiting for the invite. I feel like I got a fake invite, but I'm like, every day I check the mail. Is there going to be like a very professional invite, to be able to come hang out there? But nothing yet.
That time of year, I promise. We're rolling in. Here's the deal. You could be here now, but Lynette wouldn't be on the boat, because unless the water's like 85, 90 degrees, she ain't getting in. So she's a total Florida girl. I can promise you that.
Oh, that's great. Well, I like the water a little warmer too. My wife's actually the tougher one, which those of you that saw the photos of her ripped yesterday, that for sure. But I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate the insight and perspective. And I would love for all of you to show your love in the comments with, as I always say, a GIF, emoji, thanks, and then drop your biggest insights. And again, the greatest compliment to all of these leaders is go implement what they're teaching. Come back 6 months later and just message them and say, hey, I implemented this strategy and I'm absolutely crushing my business. That is the greatest compliment that you can give. So I appreciate you, friends. Thanks so much for coming on. And I know we'll be doing several more of these.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, buddy. See you later.
All right. We're bringing on. Did you just get your hair done just for me?
I combed it and I put on a collared shirt and I feel terrible.
Oh my goodness.
I look at that part sticking up there. It's just horrible.
Yeah. So I had a calyx sticking up today at the gym, and I'm like, you know what? I got to legit get my hair done a little bit here, because I got the great Tom Chenault, 7-figure earner. He's been in the network marketing profession for 123 years.
Long time.
And just as good as it gets. I think the best networker that I know. I'm not talking network marketing. I'm talking in general. Just the guy is so good at making friends. And so I thought, who better to bring on? He's got his own radio show, which I've had the privilege of being on, 4 times or so. I'm going to be on again in a couple months. I'm excited about that. He's got an incredible side company that goes with network marketing called Contact Mapping, which we'll talk a little bit about. And it's a great place to be able to truly network, build those connections, relationships, and profits as well. So, just all the good stuff. And we're going to be hanging out here in a couple of weeks, right? In Colorado.
Yep. I think you're going to stay at my house if you're only bringing your daughter.
Let's make it happen. We're going to have some fun, and we're going to network, and we're going to strategize. And Tom will probably do some funny Facebook Live in the bathtub like he likes to do. And attention's the number currency of marketing. So if that's what sells, we do it. Well, they're on to hear you now. They want to hear that. I mean, we got already. Wow, this is the famous Tom Chenal, the one and only.
Can you see how far back? I might have to go to my next door neighbor's house to try to get, I have a phobia about the size of my head. And when I first got here, I looked like E.T. And I have literally moved back as far as I possibly can. I will go out that window if I go back any farther. But Rob's got that little tiny, handsome little pinhead. And I've got this gigantic, just horrible, not filled up with any brains head. Yeah, I know. That's better. So here we are. I've got us almost back to normal. But you guys, yeah. How about the Cunninghams? I am telling you, I love that couple. James Lavelle, I met him. I love him. Rob and Frazier. I was searching for my my slides from down in Australia because Rob and Frazier are right in the corner of these fire your brain, hire your heart. I couldn't find them in time to throw it up on my cover photo or somewhere else. But I love you guys, and you're making a difference. I talk about it all the time. There's only a handful of generic trainers out there that I truly trust, believe in, and let people have access to with an absolute carte blanche. I don't care if you charge them $1 or 100,000. I believe that your conscience and your integrity and your character dictate that, and you're not picking anybody's pocket. And I just want to let you know I love you and your wife, Janae. And yesterday, I was lucky enough to have Rob, whatever his last name might be, the guy from Networker. What is it? I can't believe McFadden. McFadden and his sister came into town who were childhood friends of your family. So I got to hear all about all of the tennis playing Sperry's and the fact that you aren't the best athlete in that family. It was unbelievable. It shocked me. And I just, because my whole life is stories and not telling stories. My life is listening to stories, documenting those stories, and then remember, ask. And that's my whole golf game. I'm a terrible network marketer. I leave that whole conversation to the Sperry's and the Frazier Brookses of the world. And your other buddy, the guy, the tightly wound preacher. What's his name?
Preacher?
You love him. Huh?
Preacher?
Yeah.
Brian Fryer? He's not a
Yeah,
preacher.
I love that guy. Well, anyway, and you guys, as you notice,
he'll laugh at
getting
that.
names all the way along the line. All the way along the line, I am going to be forgetting names, which is my strong suit. So how can somebody who remembers people better and documents, interviews people better than anybody in network marketing not be able to remember anybody's name? And I ask you what your 10 best friends' phone numbers are right now. Tell me that as you're sitting there. Just say, I know my 10 best friends' phone numbers, and just type them in without looking them up in your phone. You couldn't do it on a bet. You couldn't do 2 or 3 of them because they're in your phone. So you don't have to store them in your brain. And my whole supposition is fire your brain, hire your heart. Let's get that TV off that screen. There we go. So there's the Muhammad Ali laying on the mat with actually Muhammad Ali standing up in that picture, and there's the Beatles laying on the floor. That's kind of a picture that's cool. That's a homeless guy that's up in my corner right there because he's there just because I want to be reminded that I, at one point in my life 30 years ago, was a drunk laying in the street homeless guy with no future. And I got myself sober and I got myself into network marketing, and the rest is history. But there is never a day that goes by that I can't forget that's where I was, and that's where I was destined to stay until some people helped me out. But we're going back to remembering people. I don't remember anything. I don't try to. Anything I can find on Google, anything I can find on my phone, anything I can find anywhere, I do not want that thing stuck in my brain. I want to fire my brain, hire my heart. And all of you people are becoming social media wizards, and I love that. and I am good at it. I'm accidentally good at it. Rob Sperry will tell you that. No one can believe I am. Now I'm on this clubhouse, and I'm good at that. And the reason is because I know so many people. I'm good at Facebook. I'm good at Instagram. I'm good at Twitter. I'm good at TikTok because I already know so many people. That doesn't mean I remember anything about them. I have them all mapped in my phone. That's why he talked about contact mapping. And I want you guys to map the people that you meet, not just meet the people that you meet. And stop treating people like prospects. Treat them like human beings. Get the story. That's what James Lavelle talked about. That's what Brandon and Lynette talked about. That's what Rob Sperry talks about. That's what Fraser Brooks talks about. The richness of relationships. When I call Fraser Brooks on the phone, I may die on the show. When I call Fraser Brooks on the phone, I ask him first about his dad. Then I ask him about his mom. Then I ask him about his new wife. Then I ask him about his brother Corbin. When I talk to Rob Sperry, I ask Rob Sperry about his children and his wife first, the most important thing to them, not the most important thing to me. And I pray that all of you will get your agenda out of the way for you to be this unbelievable human being sitting with other human beings, finding out where you can drop them that is going to serve them. Everybody that you meet leaves you feeling better having met you than when they got there. You don't have to be this hip, slick, and cool person. You can be this messed up, hair, hot mess. You can have fun with your life instead of be a robot or an Autotron. Because people are going to join you. They're not going to join your company. They're going to join you. They're not going to join your comp plan. They're going to join you. They're not going to join their product. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to stay because of you. That company can have problems. That comp plan can have problems. Everything can have problems. But guess what? As long as you have the BLTs with people, you've got it made. And so you say, Tom, what are the BLTs? And I say, a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. But that's not true. BLTs are this. If people know they belong in your tribe, if they belong in your tribe, like no kidding, if people know that you love them, like really love them, if people know that they can trust you and they know that they're safe with you, they're not going anywhere. And I have good news on that and I have bad news on that. The good news about that is they're not ever going anywhere. Bad news is you can't put them in, you can't sign somebody up with a click and create the BLTs. But I want you to think about every relationship you've got in your life. And as I said, I've been sober for 32 years. I had to go through those 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. There's an 8th step out there where I had to go to people and clean up everything I ever did in order for those BLTs to be present. And I would suggest to you that wherever anybody is not full on board with you, one of those 4 BLTs is missing. One of the 4 BLTs isn't there. Either they don't feel like they belong, they don't feel like you really love them, they don't feel like they can really trust you, or they don't feel like they're safe with you. And therefore, they're just along for the ride. They're not in the foxhole with you. And to build this business, and I'm telling you what, it's 100% fact, and it's just so crazy. Everybody's looking out for all these thousands of people to sign up. When in almost any network marketing company, if you get 4 people to hop in the foxhole with you, and you know those people know that your eyes are popping open at 2 o'clock in the morning thinking about their problems, and you know their blood type, those 4 people are going to drive your business by doing the same thing, which creates 64, which though they do the same thing. They get their 4, that creates 256. They get their 4, that creates 1,024. They get their 4, that creates a 4,096. And you've got this unbelievable army of people in the foxhole with their direct upline, not necessarily with you. You're looking for those people that are going to drink your Kool-Aid and absolutely do what you're doing, not telling them to do. And then all of a sudden, you have built yourself an unbelievable business. And I'm telling you, the people that you are meeting that are the rock stars in network marketing, They're going to tell you all kinds of stories about all the leads and all the funnels and all the jazz. And definitely you have to have them. That isn't where I live. Eric Worre, Rob Sperry, Richard Brook, Fraser Brooks. They live on that training side of the equation. I live on this side. I came out of Alcoholics Anonymous. I know one thing. I was scared to death of everybody. I hated everybody because I hated me when I first got sober. And I walked in a meeting at Alcoholics Anonymous, and guess what? I looked around the room and I didn't like a person in there because I didn't like me. But I sat in the chair and I started listening, and I started doing that radical self-inquiry, and I peeled back what was going on with me. And I let those people in, and I started sharing, and I listened to their share. And all of a sudden I built this tribe of people that I could share with, that belonged in my tribe, that we had a common solution with. And the next thing you know, the rest is history. I've been sober 32 years. I've been able to touch so many people in sobriety. You would not believe it. I took that same philosophy into network marketing. I started something called the Copy Shop Interview, which takes all of the things that I learned in Alcoholics Anonymous about being a better human being, about the BLTs, and I put them in a little book, and it's called the Copy Shop Interview. And if you go to contactmapping.com and you hit /CSI, you get that book for free. And it's not even a book, it's a pamphlet. It's not even a pamphlet, it's like a piece of paper, but it's beautiful and you're gonna love it. And what the hell do you expect for free? But at the end of the day, it's gonna set you free, because you're gonna stop treating people like prospects. You're gonna treat them like human beings. You're gonna do that radical self-inquiry into what it takes for you to get so related to people that you literally can't get rid of them. And all of a sudden you're building a business that no one can rip asunder. And that's what I do all day, every day. I follow Rob. I follow all these guys, and I do what they say to do, which is I interview 2 people a day. I document that interview, and then I follow up. I remember. Rob will tell you that during my walks in the morning, on a very regular basis, his phone rings and we take a walk together, because I have to do 10,000 steps a day. And I walk and I talk to Rob, and I get caught up and I remember. And one of these days I'm going to ask Rob something to help me out, or he's going to ask me something to help him out. Why? Why do you think? He knows he belongs. He knows I love him. He knows he can trust me, and he knows he's safe with me, and vice versa. That's all I do. I don't have to have scripts. I don't have to be a rocket scientist. All I got to do is be a good human being and treat people like human beings too, and be interested, not interesting, and document those stories. So the next time I see people, I'm not going, hey dude, what's up? I'm going, hey man, tell me about, Rob's books, his planner, the beautiful trips he takes with his beautiful family, all the things, the time that he interviewed me in Amsterdam, standing in the hall, and it's one of his most watched videos ever, even after all this time, because we talked about really, really having a daily method of operation that struck people's hearts. I don't remember everything, but I've got access to everything I should remember. That's what you get. So I'm just telling you this, and I don't know how long I've been talking. I have no idea, or if this even was worth a minute's worth of value to you. But I'm going to tell you, at the end of the day, if you do what I do, you're going to be a better network marketer. You're going to be a far better network marketer. I promise you that. But you're going to be a much better human being, because all of a sudden you're going to start remembering every relative you've got, every neighbor you've got, all your friends on the soccer team, all your friends at church, and you're going to remember and document the rich stories of their lives. And you're going to start conversations by remembering that, and they're going to feel remembered, because I know this for a fact. What you love most about me is what I remember about you. And it's so easy. And people go, Tom, I want to be this, everybody talks about me being this kind of earner or that kind of earner. And it's just so funny that I look at, how do I do that, Tom? I go, it's very simple. You fail an IQ test. You fire your brain, you hire your heart. You love like crazy, none love more. I knew everybody was going to be wearing their prom dresses and all that stuff today. And I don't dress up at all ever. This thing's got snot all over it, but this is what I wear all the time. And that's my little hoodie, love like crazy, then love more. And the reason I wear this is because when people walk by me, I'm wearing this $50 shirt right here. People look at me and go, man, that shirt's too small or it's wrinkled. People look at this thing and they smile and they go, that guy must be a nice guy. And I would rather have snot on a sweater that made people smile than a $50 shirt that people go, what the heck, who cares? So the name of the game is that's my story and I'm sticking to it and I can help you. It's in social media. It's social media. It's unbelievable. It's a way to connect people. It's all awesome. Face-to-face, awesome. You and me having a cup of coffee, awesome. After I get done with this on my Facebook wall, I'm going to post a picture of Rob McFadden. The reason he wanted to come to my house was the same reason that Rob Sperry, Fraser Brooks, Jeff Roberti, Denny Robinson, Courtney Epps. I'm just thinking off the top of people that have taken, Scott Fardulis, Keith Halls, people that have taken a picture in the bathtub with me. So what happened yesterday? Here comes Rob McFadden. First thing he did was took off his shoes and said, let's take a picture in the tub. So I took it, I saved it until after I spoke on here, and I'm going to post it right now because that makes my life. When people actually go deep enough with me in life to hop in the bathtub with me with clothes on and take a picture. So that's what I want to do with each and every one of you. I live in Longmont, Colorado. Come by. I'll leave the light on for you. I love you. I love you. I love you, Rob Sperry. I am your grandfather, by the way. I'm 69 years old. So no agenda. I'm just out here, at my age, you know, they say you need 6 pallbearers. So I'm working on that right now. I got to find a few more. I'm a couple short. So that's that simple, Rob. And I love you. And thank you.
I'm just dying. He's throwing out inside jokes right and left, and I just love it. I mean, we got to speak in the Amsterdam event. We were at Fraser's Success Summit, and then you were at our event in Australia.
Yeah.
All over the world, hanging out. Hung out at A&MP, GoPro, and what he says is true. He's one of those people that anyone he meets, he understands the power of asking questions. I've been with him in Ubers. I've been with him just all over the world. And all he does right away is he doesn't pitch them. How he creates these connections and turns strangers into friends and friends into family is, like he says, he loves on them. And he just asks questions. He's really good at just asking questions. And then upon those questions, he asks questions. And sometimes he calls me, and after like 5 minutes, I'm like, whoa, I got to stop. Like, I got to start asking this guy questions, right? What is he doing? Like, I got to, you know what I mean? Like, as we go, but he will call me without fail. If a month goes by without a call from Tom, I'm like, is the dude still alive? Like, I'm worried about him because I'll get these calls randomly all the time where he's just nothing. There's no agenda. There's no pitch or anything.
It's because this thing's telling me I've got 20 follow-ups today and Rob Sperry's there. He thinks oh, golly, I can't believe Tom thought of me. No, I hit the button and that's it. But all we want to be is remembered. Good God, it's not hard. Your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, your dog, all of us, right, Rob?
I think people just make it way too complicated, and we get in these almost robotic scripts that aren't you, that you would be annoyed if someone approached you with them. And we've forgotten how to be a good human being when it's really not that hard. It's simple. And that's why I love how you simplified everything. It wasn't, you were like, I'm not the best at this or this or this or this or this, but you just truly focus on other people. And that's why I want everybody to hear from all these.
One more story. I know I'm running out of time. This is hysterical. The libertarians, and I don't even know what a libertarian is, asked me to do a big radio show. So I have to drive down to Denver to do the radio show. And I go in this filthy house and I'm in there, and here's this guy sitting behind the desk, and he's already scary. It's 5 a.m. It's a 3-hour show. He looks at me with like one eye, like scowling at me. And I'm kind of scared. And I look at his computer and it said, F you, Tom Chenault. And I went, what the heck is that all about? I'm already nervous. And I look at that and I go, oh my God. I go, what's that all about, man? He goes, reminding me to follow you up. But that's how that lands with us. You don't want to be doing that. You want to remember people. Banish the FU from your subconscious. It's killing you. No wonder you don't want to do it. Remember like crazy. That's all anybody wants to be. They don't want to be followed up on. They want to be remembered, Rob. You should have seen your face when I said that. That was perfect. I was very happy about that.
Oh, I love that. I sometimes I go for the Tom Chenault shock effect, and I tell people, I say, hey, do your best and F the rest. And I clarify F stands for forget.
That's exactly right.
Tom's like, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. It's like, no, I've heard you on stage. I heard you at the ANNP when you had a couple slip out, and I couldn't stop laughing. It was fun.
Vanessa Hunter wanted to kick me out of the ANNP for that bad word.
Oh, good old Vanessa. Well, Tom, you're the man. I appreciate you. I mean, not only is he on, he calls me up and he's like, okay, like, what's the best thing I can train on? How can I help you? He's like, I'm going to go do a live. I'm going to promote this right now. You know, I'm going to be on, I'm going to be watching, I'm going to be studying, I'm going to be taking notes. I mean, I just love this. And your 122 years of experience is just shown right there, paid off, one of the good guys. And as old as this guy tells you he is, he's fearless. Go look at some of his photos and he'll show you bungee jumping from the tallest place in the world in New Zealand like 4 years ago. Absolutely nuts.
Yesterday, my granddaughter, 6 years old, she got a really cool skateboard, and I just pulled out my longboard and peeled up and down that driveway, and neighbors were like calling 911 and Flight for Life because they just knew something horrible was going to happen. But you're right. I have unbelievable balance for an old guy. And why buy that lazy boy chair story, man? When you got this much money, go live life. Let's go.
Oh, I love it. Love the energy. Well, thank you so much, Tom. Let's give Tom a huge thank you in the comments. Again, drop your biggest insights, say hello. That's a great way to show appreciation, and keep crushing it, my man. And I expect a phone call very soon from you, Tom.
Love you so much, Rob. Hug your beautiful family. I'll see you later.
All right. We got to just keep this rolling here. Hopefully you can zoom in here, Sue. I don't know why it's coming a little bit blurry. Let's try out a little bit. That's a little bit better. There we go. I want to make sure it's not blurry on my small screen. It's blurry on the big screen a little bit there. And I want to make sure everybody sees Sue's pretty face here. Hair looks amazing as always. Sue lives here in Utah, so I get to go to lunch with her every several months and get to personally work with her. She's one of the legends in the industry as well. Over 30 years experience in this incredible profession. She has over 250,000 people on her team, and just as good as it gets. We get to talk about skills and strategies and systems, and I mean, all of it. If we could share all of the incredible conversations we have of just studying this incredible profession, it would absolutely blow your mind. So what I'm going to do, and I hopefully the camera comes through right, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you, Sue, and just put you in without me so they can hear you and take it away. But before I do that, how are we doing today?
Oh my gosh, I am like having a heart attack. How am I supposed to follow Tom Chenault? Like, okay, I wanted to just run away. So it's like, oh, well, you know what? You have to do things that are going to get you out of your comfort zone. And this one got me out of my comfort zone.
I didn't think that was possible. 30 years, you just done it all. Like, you know, no. I feel like we have a huge accomplishment here, getting Sue out of her comfort zone.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to take this off here and we'll tune in. And if you guys are just tuning in here, I've done several prizes throughout. If you share this, make sure you comment, share below, and maybe we'll throw out a couple more planners and books and all the other good stuff. And make sure you keep tuning in, schedule so you all know. We obviously have Sue right now, and then after that, we will have Michelle Cunningham talk about scripts. And actually, I shouldn't tell. I don't want to tell everybody what each person's talking about. I want it to be a surprise. And then we'll have Brittany Beck, and then I will finish this 1 day cold market blueprint up. So Sue, I'm so excited to hear from you, and I will just let you be the featured speaker here and go crack.
Well, thank you, Rob, and thank you for inviting me. This is always good practice to be able to come on and have a chat with some new friends and some new people, and it does make me a little bit nervous. I don't care how old I get, I'm always going to be a little bit nervous. I'm so excited about this topic, and I'm so excited that my team gets to benefit from all of these incredible speakers today, and the insights that come from people who have found success in the industry are immeasurable. And this is such a gift to our profession. So the thing that I want to talk about, and hopefully I'm going to tie in a few things that happened today that other people have covered, is time mapping plus time tracking equals your winning scorecard. And sometimes it's uncomfortable to talk about scorecards. We are so programmed. People who have jobs are so programmed for the paycheck, and people don't realize that's their scorecard. They're always trying to figure out how to grow that. The problem is that paychecks have very big limitations on how far they can grow. And so how do we help people move over into success in this amazing industry where there are no limits on that paycheck, on that scorecard? And so I want to go through a few things that are kind of unique to what I love to do. And it's finding ways to put things into your day that maybe lighten up the load a little bit, that you can just remember once your brain turns those on. We're so driven by our subconscious that what we really need to do is restructure that subconscious a little bit and make sure that that we add some simple things that are there every day to remind us in a simple way what our strategy and action should be. Now, there's only one thing, just one thing that I think everyone should walk away from today. And that is, the secret is to talk to more people every day. It comes down to that. Nothing else that you can learn or do is going to change your success if you don't talk to more people every day. So in the industry, we've learned a thing a long time ago, 2 a day, 10 in play. You've got to talk to enough people that 2 people per day, at least 5 days a week, are interested in having another conversation, a deeper conversation, looking at your products or your opportunity. That allows you to always be in the place. If you can't keep score and know that you've got to have at least 10 people in the pipeline, 10 people that you need to get a decision out of. And what we end up doing is we create sticky pipelines where it's like we never get the decisions. We never make room for the more. We're always talking to the same people. And, when we were talking about cold market, a thought came to me, and that is the hottest friend relationship can be cold to your approach. And when you think about, you've got a hot market, you've got a warm market, you've got a cold market. But the truth of it is your approach determines on how much they're going to warm up to you. Now I want to transition a little bit into a strategy that I want to teach you. And it is called time mapping. Okay. So Tom is the king of contact mapping. Your number of contacts is a direct success level from how much time you have to contact people. So, we always look at everybody's got 24 hours, and everybody that comes into your group is already using that 24 hours. It's going somewhere. And so there has to be a reassociation to bring some of those hours into productivity into your business. So think about it this way. You can always go make more money. You can never get your time back. So I created several years ago a real strategy around mapping things. And I love that Rob has his planner and journal because they go right along with what I've done. But it's like I actually have a scorecard, I have a goal sheet, and then in the day-to-day process, it's like you've got to put in front of you those daily tasks that have to be done. So when you break down your day, you've got to have at least 1 power hour a day. That means it's income producing activity. So many people just let their time at the end of the day, they've contacted no one and they've been busy the whole time. You've actually got to create a map. And I learned this, I don't know, it was around the year 2000 and it changed my life. You get a paper planner. You can go look on YouTube and see that there's so much about time mapping available. But then you get highlighters and you assign different colors to different areas of your life. The time that you spend, if you've got a job, the time that you spend with personal time, your kid time, dinner time, you know, household duties, whatever it is. Break down your week into half-an-hour segments, including your sleep time, and then add those colors. It's not a task list, it's blocking out and mapping that time. And why it ends up looking like a map is because there's a dominant color always that's kind of like the ocean. And I remember when I first did this, it was like I had assigned pink to my family time. And when I got my time map done, it was about the second week, all of a sudden I went, wait a minute. Why is there so little pink on this map and so much green? So it became a personal challenge to try to convert green time to pink time and allow me to have more better quality, but get my priorities straight. We could do a whole training just on priorities, so I won't go into that anymore. But just know that you protect that time and spend the time with the people who are in the looking zone, people who are looking for the thing that you can provide them. That is such a fun, you know, kind of thing. I used to, when buttons were popular back in the day, I made buttons that said, are you in the looking zone? It was just a conversation starter, but I still sometimes ask that. My favorite question always to teach is, can I ask you a question? Just always have a question available to ask someone to start the conversation, and then have more questions available. Because if you teach, if you try to influence, the invisible wall is going to come up. And what you want to do to have those warm conversations and to warm up that approach is to make it all about them. And it's simple. If you've only got a couple of seconds, just be honest with them and say, hey, could I ask you a question? Would you review a 5-minute video? I have no idea if this is going to be of interest to you, but I can't let this connection leave without giving you an invitation to something that I found that is so valuable in my life. And then after you map your time, now you've got to track your time. And so I came up with a really cool thing that I do. And we have PM, PH, and PJs. And PM is power minutes. We do at least 5 power minutes every day to get everybody engaged in what the day is going to be. Then we do at least a minimum of 1 power hour a day. We actually do team power hours so everybody can come. They're all on mute, but they're all seeing each other work. And the energy of that is so powerful. And then at night, you put on your PJs. And what that is you plan your future for at least 5 minutes. You journal your past for at least 5 minutes. And then you sleep. And what that does is it ensures that your subconscious is focused on the most important things, what you've just learned and what you're about to do. And your subconscious during the night while you're sleeping actually starts bringing things into your life. It starts working on things that you can't work on at a conscious level. So that is really cool. And I hope I'm not going to go over, but I think I've got just a few more minutes. One thing I want to kind of give you two stories that I think are kind of cool. And one of them is, I read an article a few weeks ago about a billionaire, and he said the secret to becoming a billionaire was actually that he schedules every single minute of every single day. And his schedule is actually out like a year ahead of time. But here's the secret. He doesn't schedule a lot of busy work. He even schedules his think time. He schedules time to do nothing but think. He schedules time to sleep. He schedules time to relax. And so as you're thinking about time mapping and time tracking, make sure that you are balanced. And I have a really hard time with this. So it's really hard to teach it because I understand the concept. And then I'm the person who it's like, I'm going to go do one more thing, and I violate my boundaries in my own time map. But when I time map and when I put my PJs on every single night that I put my PJs on, my world actually works. If I miss that, then the next day I'll be struggling with some things if I tried to just skip that, or if I fell asleep before I did it. The other thing that I want to share, this just happened last week. It was really cool. I was out of town. I was in a hotel room, and I turned the TV on for white noise. And a lot of times it's like I try to find music or something. And there was an interview with Bon Jovi. And Bon Jovi, I really, really admire what he's been able to do. He has a new album coming out, and the whole interview was about the process of bringing out that new music and bringing out that new album. And he wrote a song about COVID. He said it's a very different album that he's ever done before. There were a lot of things that he wrote a long time ago that this was the time, but this was the magic of his interview that kind of changed my world. And that was this. He said he takes voice lessons every single day. Now think about that. We know that there's a lot of hard work behind the scenes of the success. I love having people go watch stories of somebody who almost gave up, Tim McGraw. And, you can just look at so many people who didn't have that instant success. And we don't look at the backstory. We just want the front story. We just want that instant success. I'm not an instant success. I was, because I was able to replace my income, but the really big success in my life has come in the last 12 years of that 30 years. So I had almost a 20-year investment into this profession before I got to the point where everybody wants to talk about, oh, look, like somehow I just fell off the turnip truck and it happened. But then Bon Jovi said, and he said he learned that from Tony Bennett. And you think about that, like how many people, Tony Bennett has become relevant for everybody, but he takes voice lessons every single day. And then he takes it farther. He said all the way through COVID, so that's been over a year now, he has practiced with his band and done a concert every week during COVID. He said, I am ready. If I could play the Gardens tomorrow night, I'm ready. And I thought, how incredible, what an incredible concept of being ready, practicing every day, because this isn't something that you can do the crash course on. You can't not practice, and it takes practice. He wasn't good. We know the 10,000 hour concept. He wasn't good for a lot of years. Bon Jovi was somebody who almost gave up. So if you're that person who wants things too fast, or you're not willing to practice and have those conversations and warm up that person and ask the questions and apply everything that you've learned today, then you're going to be one of those people who walks away and said it worked for her, but it won't work for me. And I'm here to tell you, it will work for you. So I hope you got some value from my heart and what I want to share. I love this profession. I love working with Rob. It's just such an amazing industry.
Well, you have a good balance of breaking everything down, but then at the same time, you know, bringing like the heart and bringing like the examples. And as we talked about earlier today with James, the importance and value of stories. And you heard even how Sue ended with a story. And she gave examples, she gave analogies. Remember how I always say good leaders have vision, great leaders give vision. She's casting a vision. She's talking about some of her struggles, successes, other people's struggles, successes, right? Vulnerability, relatability, which can help increase, you know, likability, and then shift it to credibility. So, Sue, one of the things that I think people just have this common myth, and that's why I'm so glad you hit so hard on it, is they think either they're good at something or they're not. And it takes time to perfect a craft. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. So the very first training I talked about, you know, people split testing and tracking different variations of things they do and say, and kind of seeing their results and continually doing that. But I love how you shared that a little bit of your story on that. So, and with Bon Jovi as well. So for you, when someone comes to you and they feel like they're just too scared and they're too fearful to approach their cold market, to utilize some of the strategies we've given on, you know, where to find them and what to say and how to transition and all that stuff, what would be some of the things maybe you'd say or questions you would ask? If I'm on your team and I come ask and I just like, Sue, I'm so stressed out of my mind and I don't have anybody to talk to, and I'm not willing to reach out to any new people at all that are cold market. Like, I just feel like I'm spammy if I do that. I'm just stuck. I've lost hope and vision in my business. What would you ask me or say to me?
Okay, so the first thing I would say is if you're feeling that way, then you are stuck in the process of worrying about the result, not the gift. What we do is we gift people information. We gift them opportunity. We gift them the things that we become passionate about. And if we view it as a gift rather than a sell, life is about transactions. And, you know, so there does have to be a process where you get to the transaction or the not now. Even in my planner, I don't put yes and no. I put I'm in or not now. It's like our words and thoughts matter. There's a great new book out called Your Brain is Always Listening. So you've got to get past some of that mindset. So the other thing that I would do is tell people, you know, when you're approaching people, take the pressure off. Ask them, say, look, I found out about something. It may or may not be for you. You may or may not have an interest. I'm not here to sell you anything. You can honestly say that, and it just deflates that stress. I'm not here to sell you anything, but I do want you to be aware of something that exists that I think you can benefit from, and what you do with it is up to you. So I always tell people, it's like, you know, how many gifts we have, this whole thing about, you know, re-gifting, because we get gifts that don't fit us, right? And we want to be gracious, and we never turn down that gift, but we may re-gift that to someone else who it's more appropriate for. Our gift is being able to have the conversation and do the education. It's like, we've got a secret that they don't know about. Would you keep a secret away from your best friend? The worst thing that can ever happen is you're not brave enough to go tell them, and then their life is impacted negatively, and then you have to go, oh my gosh, what would have happened if they would have known? So that's what I do.
Yeah, I like to look at it. I mean, let's give an extreme example of what you're saying there. If you told someone, if they joined your business, or let's say you can't tell them, if they join your business, you knew that they were going to make just astronomical amounts, just fill in the blank, astronomical amounts of money. But you couldn't tell them that. That's the catch. You can't tell them. You know, but you can't tell them. How much confidence would you have in approaching anyone and everyone, let alone friends, but when we're talking cold market, like anyone and everyone, like you can't tell them. Now, I know we can't make these guarantees. Don't worry. I'm going to bring it full circle here. But I can't tell you, Sally. I can't tell you, Julie, right? I can't tell them. But I know that if they join, this is going to change everything for them. I can't allude to any promises or anything like that. What would the passion be? What would the tone be? What would the posture be? And if you did that, I promise you, you would have a whole nother level of confidence, of course. Now that's easy. The catch is you need to find a way to create that value in your mind that's more than just the money. Now, of course, there are a lot of people that have had those incredible experiences, and those people we look at as just the norm. But you have to also look at it from a standpoint of a lot of people are coming because of the connections, because of the relationships. I've had people that have even told me that have quit the profession and told me that was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I had such a phenomenal experience with that. It's helped propel my career and my life and everything else that I have. So when you can create that intrinsic value here in your mind, right here as well, then now you have a different level of certainty and boldness where if somebody says no, like Sue says, you feel bad, not in a belittling, degrading way. You're just like, oh, they just have no idea. I'm trying to convey it to them, right? But that is just so different. And I like how you said, take the pressure off, because a lot of times we think hardcore salespeople, and your goal is to get them to take a look. Your goal is to communicate the information well enough that they can make an educated decision. That is your goal as you're building this business. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Sue. And maybe, Sue, do this real quick. Go put your hand over the camera real quick and then take it off. Let me see if that refocuses it. See if we does. No, it's okay. It's all good. I just want everyone to see clear, beautiful face. We have to turn it on and off, but I don't want to mess with that right now. Keep it rolling.
That's okay. This just made me think of something that I haven't done for a long time, but it was like, because, we don't do hotel meetings as easily. But if I'm doing an opportunity meeting in a hotel room, I know that there's a lot of diversity in that group. And whether we're doing Zooms or everything, I probably should start doing this everywhere I go. But it's like I've been able to really close 100% of a room by doing this one thing. And that is, when you start, if you start pitching, if you start telling, you just close them down. And that invisible wall is a very real thing. Some of those people are there because they got dragged there. Some of them, you just never know. So you've got to bring that wall down. And so if I see the resistance from anyone or sense it, then I just do things like this. I just say, look, how many of you have been to a meeting like this before? And they'll raise their hands and you can just tell they're like wiggling in their seats, right? And I'll say, how many of you enjoy coming to meetings like this? And it gets them kind of laughing. You've got to do the icebreakers. That's why Tom's so good at what he does, because he's never serious. He's going to do an icebreaker. He's going to engage them in Tom before he tells them what he has, right? And so I say, okay, let's be clear on what we're here for today. We're going to be here for this much time. My job is to present information that you don't know. Your job is to decide if that information is valuable to you or not. Is that fair? And then I start right in with, let me share some things you might not know that have nothing to do with the business or the product yet, but I talk about taxes. I talk about the fact that people don't understand that they have a choice in whether they continue to overpay taxes or whether they learn the rules that allow them to keep some of that money. Because at the end of the day, I want them to know right now, leaving, you now know that there's a way to keep that money and benefit you and your family and invest in a business, and who knows where that's going to go. But it's much better that you have some control of your destiny, or you have to keep sending this to the government. And so I give them the money before I even ask for the sell. Before I ask them to invest in a purchase, I give them the money. Because at the end of the day, if they're willing to walk away from what I have to offer when I've given them the money to do it, they're not ready. And then I just know it's like, when you're ready, then come back and I'll help. And because we're just funneling people, we're looking for the people that can benefit from what we have to offer. We're not here to pitch and sell. And that's where most people, like I developed relationships. The key to how I got into what opportunities. And I haven't been in a lot. I'm still getting a check from a company from 1998. This will be my 23rd year of still getting a check off of something I built 23 years ago. Like, that's crazy, right? But the opportunities that come into our life are about connections and relationships and networking. It's not as much about network sales as it is about networking. Does that help?
Oh, that's just, I mean, it's just, for me, I'm a master collaborator. I got a lot of weaknesses. If you don't believe me, just ask my wife, she'll tell you. But one of my strengths is I love just collaborating, because I love learning. I love picking out principles. I love picking out different words and specific things that different people say and how they say it and how they convey it and how they communicate it. And just, the way that you are phrasing it with a gift and the way that you're phrasing it just took so much pressure off, where people feel like they can be passionate, excited without feeling like they're hardcore selling. We know everything in life is sales, right? Like, everything in life is sales. My kids sell me on fruit snacks and stuff like that every single day. Like, everything in life is sales. The difference is how it's presented, how it's conveyed. Well, Sue, I just want to thank you so much for taking time out of your day. I look forward to doing lunch with you here soon and hanging out at the Leaders Mastermind in 3-4 weeks. I mean, we're less than 4 weeks. So
I was supposed, you've always had these at times I couldn't go, and I was supposed to be in Croatia and it got canceled. And I'm like, Rob, I can come.
I feel bad that I'm happy Croatia. I would always text you when you had your big treks. I feel bad. I hope it gets canceled. So you're like, So finally, we make it happen and make it work. Let's give Sue a huge thank you in the comments, GIF, emojis, insights, anything and everything you possibly can. Sue, I will be doing lunch with you soon. Thank you so much, friend. And I am very excited to also bring on our next guest who, you actually have a house now, don't you? You're not just, living everywhere.
I'm on mute. I am still living everywhere. Look at where we just got. Look at this behind me.
Oh, don't. That just is too painful for me.
Oh, I know. It's just fantastic. So we're in Marco Island. I'm here for 30 days, and then we move into our house.
You say Marco Island?
Yeah.
I'm planning an event there. I just signed a contract, so I'm gonna have to pick your brain.
Oh yeah, I want to come. It's amazing here. I'm just making sure my microphone's on. That's all. It's not. Let me put it on. Okay, now it is.
Hey, we can hear you. We can see you. We're jealous of the background, but other than that, everything's good. And Michelle's become more of a recent friend. We've known of each other, felt like we knew each other, but didn't know each other. And we recently both did, podcasts and lives for each other's communities. And so we got to start collaborating, and she's got a brand new book that's just smashed it. And I told her I want her to talk about that in the last, I think it came out about 2 months ago, maybe a teeny bit less, but about that. And She's got a lot of experience in the profession. So again, all of these leaders are speaking from a place of experience. Over 17 years as a top earner, and has transitioned into a ton of just incredible coaching. But I call you the scripts expert, because all the other stuff is important. Yes, mindset, lead, skills, and systems for breakfast. Yes, we got to know where to find leads. Yes, we want to know all the other type of stuff as we go. But at the same time, it also always comes down to, yeah, but I don't know what to say. Give me some examples. What do I say? How do I say it? And I love how you teach it, because you're always teaching principles that people can apply with their own style, their own uniqueness, their own personality. So I'm just going to remove myself and just watch. And I'm going to be a student here taking notes. And we're going to hear from the legend, the superstar, Michelle Cunningham. Just drop some bombs of wisdom. So drop your greatest insights in the comments as you're all tuning in. And I just want to say thank you in advance, Michelle.
Thanks. So happy to be here. So happy to be here, but also happy to be here. So we just got here in Marco Island yesterday, and we sold our house. And so we are waiting for our new house, and we've been traveling nomads for 6 months, which I highly recommend. I've never done that before, but it's been fantastic. And, before I jump in, I actually was going to share my screen. Let me see if that's an option. I made a little presentation. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. And I got a little presentation I made for you, because, I like to do that kind of stuff. I like to make things pretty. But I just got to share my backstory, because sometimes someone comes on and they're like, you hear them at the end of the story. And I'm like, can I just give you the beginning of my story? Because that makes it maybe more relatable, or more like, oh, okay, that's a good story. I grew up incredibly poor. My mom was a single mom. She had a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, me, and my younger brother, 3. So 2 boys and a girl, when my parents divorced. And so my mom was a single mom, raising all of us on her own. And so I come from very humble beginnings. Growing up from 0 to 22, I just wanted to be, maybe 18. 0 to 18, I just wanted to be rich, like the kids who could afford Pantene shampoo. Okay, that's the kind of wealth I wanted. And fresh apples. And because we couldn't afford the big rich people apples. We couldn't even afford apples. We got Little Debbie snacks. And so I just remember going to my church to get food when we'd run out of food. I come from very humble beginnings, and I never thought that I would, because of that, I was introverted, right? And a people pleaser, and very shy, and just always feeling like I was less than those around me. And because of that, I struggled for the first 6 years in network marketing. So I got involved. I was 23 years old. I go to an event. There's a lady in the room claiming to make 6 figures. I'm at this hotel room, and I'm like, wait, she doesn't have a job? She's making 6 figures? I couldn't believe it, right? And another lady's up there. She's claiming to be a millionaire. Another one's driving a free car. And I'm like, dude, someone get me a microphone. Dude, mic drop. This is awesome. I love it. I sat there, and I was like, this is my thing. And I had just landed my dream job as a pharmaceutical sales rep. Thought I would do that forever. And so I ended up joining, but I joined as a 23-year-old, introverted, shy, insecure, all of that jazz. And my leader was like, honey, you're going to build your business by walking up to strangers in parking lots. I'm like, oh no, that's horrifying. You don't know me, lady, but I'm not even going to tell you that, but that's horrifying. I'm not going to do that, because that is horrifying. I still couldn't do that. And so for the next 6 years, I stare at the inventory I've purchased from the company, the $3,000 inventory. I dust it off every year as it goes bad. It expired after 3 years. And I do nothing with my business for 6 years. And then at 29, I was fed up enough with my current situation. You ever been there? What am I doing with my life? I'm working for someone else. This is stupid. I'm made for more. It's I always had that feeling. I'm made for more. I'm made for more. I just didn't know how I would get there. And I don't really have any special skills, to be honest. I'm a nice person. Maybe that's my gift. That's about it. So that's all I bring to the table. And so there wasn't really a special job I could get where I could climb the corporate ladder, or there wasn't a company I could start, because I didn't think I could do it. So for me, I was like, you know what? Let's try network marketing. Michelle, stop quitting on yourself and try to make this work. And so at 29 years old, I found a mentor who taught me the ropes, showed me the ropes, how to do it as an introvert, using text message, using Facebook. I was a home party rep, so I was going to people's houses. And then 6 months after meeting her, I was leading a team of 50, making an income every month of about $5,000 a month. And then it grew from there and grew into a 6-figure per year income. And then I turned to YouTube. And that's where I was like, whoa, when I make YouTube videos, that's crazy. People want to join my team. And so I wanted to share, I've got 5 tips for you today on how I took it from stuck for 6 years to finally reaching people. I'm really good at reaching people in your local market, but I've also learned strategies, which I'm going to be teaching you my social media strategies today, how to do it online. Because this stuff where I know how to do it in person and I also know how to do it online. And if you do a little bit of both, whoo, fire. So, okay, so I'm super excited. I'm going to share my screen now. I made it so pretty. This is a Rob Sperry original just for you guys. Okay, let me pull it out. I got to get here. Oh, wait, did I share my screen? Yeah. Okay. I use StreamYard all the time. I just had a moment there. I was like, where did it go? Okay. Well, I hope you can see it. Rob will tell me if you can't, and then I'll stop talking. All right. So cold market blueprint. All right. So here we go. 5 simple and fun, because everything I do is fun, because I don't have a boss anymore. So we must continue to have fun forever, because when you have a boss, it's not fun. 5 simple and fun strategies to get leads online. Okay, tip number 5. Number 1's always the best, so you got to stick with me till the end. That's a tip too, by the way. Do that in your YouTube videos and people will watch them till the end. Either way, tip number 5, showing up using video and have a call to action. Okay, like this is crazy, but I started my business hosting home parties, going to people's houses. And then one day, out of literally sheer boredom, I'm like, maybe I'll start a YouTube channel. Not because I'm an extrovert, because I'm not, I'm an introvert, but because like maybe I'm bored. And so I started a YouTube channel and I was like, I'll give advice on how to be successful in network marketing because that's about the only skill I have at this point. And so I made this channel. It's Direct Sales Michelle. And I started putting out videos. And honestly, the reason I stayed making videos was because after I made that first video, I got like 10 comments and people said they liked me and they liked my content. And I was like, what? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe people liked me. And then I couldn't believe they liked my content. Like it mind blown. Okay. So I was like, that's fantastic. So I kept making more videos. And over time, I realized, wait, if I just like, I do a little training, here's how you get leads, just like this one. This could become a YouTube video. So I do a little training. And then if I say something like, hey, and if you want to reach me, I just put my number below. Just text me if you have any questions. Okay. Like that was my call to action because on a very basic level, I want to keep it very simple. And that's all I knew how to do at that point. Hey, I hope you enjoyed this video. And as always, if you need to reach me, I put my contact info below for you. You might say, well, isn't everyone texting you? No, they're not. So it wasn't a big deal. But the ones that did text me, guess what? 6 months after following me and watching and learning from me and starting to know me and like me and trust me, you hear that all the time, no like and trust factor, they asked to join my network marketing team. One of them joined my team and added 700 people to my downline. She found me from my YouTube channel. And so if we're talking about cold market traffic, the more that you are out there loving on people, serving, showing up, providing value, and doing it packaged in an awesome looking brand. Rob Sperry gets this. Watch his brand. It's pretty stellar, right? People are going to want to follow you. People are going to join you. People are going to be part of whatever it is that you're on. So that was on a very simple level what I did with my YouTube videos. If you want it more automated, now I've scaled up. I've gotten a little smarter. Hey, I put a link to my free guide below for you to grab. It shows the top 10 ways to get more organized in your office or whatever the topic was, right? So you can be ultra productive and less stressed. Click the link below and grab it. Yes, totally free. Okay. I don't say, hey, I hope you like this video. If you want to join my network marketing team, I'm a really great leader and like, I'd really like to work with you. Or if you want to buy my products, just go to my website. No, none of that. None of that. Okay. Right. And then this is an example. Like if you're not that techie, I'm not that techie. I am not that techie. Okay. And what's crazy about that is being not that techie. I spent 17 years in the industry as a network marketing leader. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry. I was sleeping for the first 6 of those. But I was in the industry, but I was a leader for the last 11 years. And, I left the industry November 2019 to become a full-time network marketing coach, just to tell people, like show people, hey, here's how you do it. And so I run a 7-figure per year online brand business where I teach people how to have success. And I share that because not to impress you, but to impress upon you, I'm an introvert from humble beginnings. And I'm not that techie. Okay. So I guess like, I'm just trying to give you hope that like, if I could do this, like anybody in the universe could do this. Okay. This I made on Flowdesk, Flodesk. So if you're not techie like me, there you go. I collected 12,000 emails from people with a silly little opt-in just like this. At the time I was using MailChimp, but you can do it even easier on Flowdesk and only pay $19 a month for it. Okay. Just saying. So that's my tip number 5. Tip number 4, host a Facebook live event, and then invite everyone to attend the one event. So like that's what my team and I did is we hosted these live events and we would invite everyone. Like we'd text our customers, we'd email our customers, we'd text our customers to then email their friends and text their friends, and then we'd post it on social media. We would say, take a screenshot of this one. Online parties. I stole this from some of my online courses. You're getting like insider secrets in here. But how do we invite people to online parties? You post something like this to Facebook, in addition to texting people, emailing people. You don't just, you got to leave no stone unturned, right? You got to be aggressive about this stuff. Assertive. Okay. So number one, option one, looking for participants. You could say case study, or you could say for, a test panel. Who would like to look, younger using an anti-aging line, look thinner using a weight loss product, right? All qualified participants will receive a variety of products in the mail to use from home and provide feedback. Post below if you'd like more details, okay? One option on what you can post. Option two, calling all who want to look whatever and find the perfect whatever, right? You would look, just think about whatever you sell and insert into those stars. I have a unique opportunity for you to receive an at-home treatment plus blank from the comfort of your home. You can even wear your jammies. Comment below if you'd like the details. We were doing this pre-pandemic and people were like, whoa, I want it. And so we would then send samples to them. You don't have to send samples. I have plenty of friends that do this without sending samples. But then we send them a private message like, hey, Jessica, I'll message you. Hey, girl, I saw you were interested in our anti-aging, our upcoming event. We're having a Facebook Live. It's going to be this day on this week. I usually held them from 8:30 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. That was the sweet spot for moms with like kids and bedtime that you can participate in from the comfort of your home and your jammies. To be a participant, I just need to ask you a few questions to see if you qualify. And then I would take it from there. And the questions were like, are you currently working with someone from our company and can you attend the event? Okay, just to give you the insider scoop there. But I made it, my next series of questions were made it very legit. Like, okay, it's going to be held this day. We're going to send you samples. I need to make sure you can attend. We're going to need to get your feedback after the event, right? We'd send them a Google form. We'd get their feedback. And so they were like, whoa, I am a participant in this event and I must give my feedback. I'm very important. Yes, you are. You must attend this event. Okay, so that was the mindset. And guess what? For attending the event, they got a little discount off of our products and became lifelong customers because they fell in love with our products because just like you, every product we all sell, when I sold, we love our products and it's the best thing since sliced bread. So it's just getting people to try it. Tip number 3, during your live event, play the fabulous referral game. I'm like such a game player. I think there's a part of me that like graduated or retired from corporate America. And I was like, okay, I'm done being professional. Like I'm done. I'm just going to be a lunatic, act like a unicorn and be a little flaky because I don't have a boss anymore. And I just feel like I haven't grown up since like I was 23. I'm not 23 anymore, but I act like I'm still 23. But this is one of those games I feel like a 23-year-old would play. The fabulous game. So I play this. You can play this in person or you can play this at your online event. And you never play this game before they like you. They like you about 20 minutes in. They don't like you at the beginning because they're trying to figure out if you're annoying, right? So once they figured out you're not annoying and you're not too salesy, then they're interested in playing your game. So it's usually after your product presentation. And I say, okay, guys, we're going to play a game. And when we do this virtually, we just send this in a Google form, right? You send the Google form and they fill it out. Everything goes loaded onto a beautiful spreadsheet. Oh, it's life. Okay. So you say something like, the fabulous game. Oh, that's the message to say next. But this is what you say to play the game. So you say, hey, okay, so we're going to play a game. Does anyone here like games? Okay, just give us a big heart if you like games. Okay, and put number 1 if you like to win. If you're the winner, you're going to be the winner. Okay, anyone who put a number 1 is your competition in this game. This is called the fabulous game. It's your chance to win a prize. This is if you happen to know someone who's fabulous like yourself that you think would enjoy experiencing what you just experienced right now. You put their name and their number, circle text if I should text them, call if I should call them. And the person that gives the most names wins a prize from this beautiful prize basket right here. And these prizes are legit. Other thing, if you get more points, 18 to 24, 1 point, 25 and older, 2 points. That's how the game rolls. That helps with the tiebreaker. On your mark, get set, go. And then your only job there is to like turn on music and go radio silent. If you try to talk when someone's trying to think, you irritate them. And then they stop playing your game, which then you can think of no good way to get them to start playing your game again because they're virtually watching and you've messed up. So don't do that. Don't talk. Just set music for 5 minutes, walk away, go eat a banana or something. Just do eat chocolate, whatever you need, and then come back. That's what you say next to them when you're texting them. We crushed it. I built so much of my business with this stupid game. We had sheets and sheets and sheets for days from our home parties, and then we figured out how to do it online. We had binders of fabulous sheets. We were leads coming out of our eyeballs. Like, because if everyone that came, they would give you 20 names, then you could book 1 out of 2 of those. One out of every 10 you could book. So that's life. Tip number 2, play deal or no deal. I'm looking at my time. I'm talking fast because I got to get it all in. All right. Tip number 2, play deal or no deal to get future parties booked. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Okay, so after the fabulous game, I would always say, okay, Jessica, you're the winner. Oh my gosh, let me put a princess crown on you. If we're doing this virtually, we just make her a big deal and tell her we're going to ship her a princess crown, which you can get on Amazon for pretty cheap, or AliExpress.com, AliExpress.com. Fantastic site, by the way. But you can get this really cheap stuff. Send her a little boa. Maybe you send her a little crown. You send these gifts in the mail, and also whatever she won from your prize basket. Mama's on a call right now. You okay? Okay, she just came. She just got to get something. All right, so play deal or no deal to get future parties booked. So after the game, we say, does anyone want to play a game? I'm handing out a card now, or I'm showing this card on the screen. We have 3 different types of events that you can come back for. So if you enjoyed this virtual event that you attended today, we have 3 different events that you can pick to come back for. We did something like a tuck me into bed pajama party. We did a mother-daughter whatever experience, and then we did like a relaxation whatever. Okay, so you pick what your name is. You can make something like this in Canva, Canva.com. I love Canva. I do. Like if you could date Canva, I would be dating Canva. Either way, so you make something cute like this. You put it on the screen, or you hand it out if you're with them, and you say, "So this is the way the game works. This is called deal or no deal." Okay, I gave you guys all a little card. See your cards you have? Okay, on the back of your deal or no deal card, there's a prize. Or you can put these in an envelope. That was always fun too. You just go through tons of envelopes. That's the only annoying part of it. So it's called deal or no deal. So you say deal if you want to come back, you want to pick a party, you want to invite a few girlfriends, and you want to win a prize. The prize is in the envelope. And you say no deal if you don't want to come back, you don't want to pick a party, you don't want to invite friends, and you hate winning prizes. That's how you say it. And then they're like, they just giggle. They giggle because they're like, you're nuts. And then they're like, deal, because they don't know what else to say. Because they're like, I do like winning prizes. I don't hate winning prizes. They get confused. And then they say deal. But you can do this virtually. And so you say, great, our next upcoming event is going to be this date, that date, blah, blah, blah. I literally would invite the hostess, all of her friends. I'd invite another hostess, all of her friends, another hostess, all of her friends to the same event. Because, like, I'm not trying to waste my time, right? I like to be with my kids and my family. So that's another little fun game. And we cleaned up with this game. Oh, my gosh. The first time I ever played this, not kidding, I had 5 women around a table. And again, it could be virtually now, but around a table. And these were like 50-year-old women with like money who don't typically... like they don't book a follow-up party because they're like, I'm just here to buy stuff. I don't even care about getting free stuff. And these ladies around the table, they looked at me and they said, oh, and then they go, deal, 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 deal. And then the last lady said, no deal. And I like fell over dead because I was like, oh my gosh, because for the longest time, I'm like, who would like to book a follow-up party? Anyone? Okay, no one? Okay, it's awkward. I was presenting it wrong. I feel like if you play it like a game, people are like, okay. All right. And tip number 1. Oh my gosh, this is so simple. But like, if you have some extra time on your hands and you want to make some extra money, join groups, make friends, start conversations. I'll be off in like 10.
We're going now.
Okay. Yeah, I'll call you in a few. They're going to the beach. They're like, he's trying to find towels. They're in the hallway. He can't hear me. Either way, they'll figure it out. They'll be fine. Tip number 1, join groups, makes friends, start conversations. So join groups that you're interested and attract people you like to be around. Like, don't join like, I hate my life group. Unless you want to be around I hate my life people. Like, I don't join that group. I join the Positivity Entrepreneur Club. I'm in a hypothyroid group because that's what I have, but I relate to those people, autoimmune people. I'm like, yeah, all right, warrior, right? Those are my people, right? So just an example of how to build a friendship. I know I'm like you. I'm like, just tell me exactly what to say. And like some of these are like, they flow because it's a conversation. You're just trying to build a friendship. So if you think of it like that, Like I was trying to look for the actual conversation of the girl that I met, but I couldn't find it. But it was something like this. Hey, Jessica, I saw you in the autoimmune protocol group asking for recipes for breakfast. I got a few. I can totally send them to you. Right? I'm not selling her anything. I'm just being her friend. But you know what? Guess what? I do sell. I sell stuff, right? I'm not in network marketing anymore, but I sell stuff. I sell stuff that helps network marketers. So I'm in direct sales and she was in direct sales. So she was my target audience, right? So I was like, I'm just going to be her friend. That's it, right? She says, oh, awesome. That'd be great. She says, okay. Well, I said, okay, I'm out with the kids, but when I get home, I'll shoot them over. How long have you been on AIP? That's the diet. She said, oh, 3 years. And then chit chat. What is she going to do now? She is going to go to my Facebook profile and determine if I am awesome or not. And so many people miss the boat here. She ends up on your Facebook profile and your banner is like, oh gosh, so bad. It's like, it's my company. And then it's your photo and you're holding company products. And then below that's a link to your company. And then every post is you in your company car talking about the company promotions and the company's founder. And she's like, this chick does not want to be my friend. She wants to sell me something. And so if your profile looks like that, that's bad. It's not good. None of this will work if your profile's bad. So change your profile to not be company branded. Brand yourself. Make yourself a person that can help other people. Like show up as someone who can serve. Pick what your target audience is. Show up and serve that audience and let that be your brand and let it be loud online. When I decided to show up louder, prouder, bolder, and in charge online, my life changed dramatically. And honestly, it comes down to imagery, comes down to your branding, comes down to showing up a little cooler, right? So if someone goes to mine now, like when I write to them, they're like, wow, I can't believe you wrote to me. I'm like, actually, I'm just a stay-at-home mom, if we're being honest, but my branding is on point, right? That's the name of the game. So I give you permission to own your awesome before you feel awesome. That's what I did. Okay. And then a few days later, I'd say to my friend, hey, super random. I don't know if you'd be interested, but I'm inviting all my new friends. Little winky face, because we're new friends. Hey, I'm hosting an online event teaching women how to look years younger in 1 minute a day using anti-aging line. I send you the free samples and you get to try the line from home and provide your honest feedback. Any interest in being a tester? I mean, that's really a good script because it's like, do you want to test something out for me? Like, and it's just kind of random. We've covered everything in that script. Take a screenshot. Okay. And then you can ask them for referrals. Just take a screenshot of this too. So I need 19 more participants for this event. Any chance you could post this? I'm participating in this online event. Still need a few more people. I'm excited about it. Anyone else interested? And then see that? Just, you can copy that. So they can post on your page. So anyway, that's it. My simple reminder for you is to show up louder, prouder, bolder, and in charge. And literally your life will change dramatically.
All right, let's get this. There we go. Now we're
there it is.
Oh yeah. Now we got it going on, making it happen. So I'm like reading through the comments and going through it and writing stuff down during, and it's so funny to hear people's reactions. Whoa, slow down. How am I going to get this? And of course they're going to go back. They're going to have the replay, but that's the ultimate compliment because it gave so many different ideas with ways people can get referrals. I mean, referrals is one of the most untapped ways for one to build their business. And especially with social media, you can do them right. And you break it down step by step on how to do it step by step, what to say for people to be able to generate more leads. And what better cold market is there than a cold market that's connected to your warm and hot market? And in an extension, it almost doesn't feel like cold market, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're so much more open. The Fabulous game, we booked so many of those people because it was like their friend was that little missing link. Oh, well, if Sally trusted you, then I should trust you. It awesome. Stuff works.
And it just gamifies it as well, makes it where it's fun because sometimes we turn into these robots, right? Would you be interested in a business opportunity? And the way we say it and the way we phrase it and the way everything, people are like, especially if they're friends with you, you don't even, Michelle, like, who are you? This doesn't even sound like you. What are you even saying here? This reeks like one of those MLMs. Oh no, it's not that. I just want your opinion. That's it. And so I just love it. And as always, all of you, you're going to see what works. The very first training I did, I talked about, because Michelle will understand this word very well, but the network marketing world doesn't understand it very well, split testing. And I taught them to split test the scripts that they come up with based on trainings like these. And then after, you're going to see what works, and then split test again and again and again and again. But most of us, we don't. We watch, 52 Facebook Lives, listen to 20 podcasts, read 50 books, and then we contact one person. We're like, it's not working for me. I don't know what to do or what to say, right? Instead of just making it happen. So I just want to say thank you. I know that it's got to be a little bit more difficult being a nomad, jumping on, doing trainings when you're in beautiful places like Marco Island, Florida. But
it's fantastic. I'm in the middle of building a sandcastle. I was like, I've got to go upstairs and then I'll be back. So it's been really fantastic.
Well, thanks
for having me. I appreciate you. It's just an honor, Rob. I love what you do. I love your posts on social media, and you're just an amazing person to follow. So I just really appreciate you having me on.
Well, they were blown away. They loved it. The best way we can show appreciation, show it in the comments, thank her, tell her, drop emojis, drop gifts, right? Like, show it. Don't be lazy. When someone comes in and provides that much value, free value, make sure you show that appreciation. So go enjoy building that sandcastle, Michelle. Thank you so much. And we will see you again on another collaboration that I'm sure we'll do in the near future.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, Rob.
All right. We're going to bring on our next guest here, a fellow introvert. We're like, Brittany, I went, and this is wrong. Okay, we're talking about cold marketing here. So I'm just being a little bit vulnerable here. I feel a little uncomfortable sharing this on this cold market training. I went years without talking to the person next to me on the airplane. I'm the dude that looks like the Unabomber with the hoodie on, sometimes even the sunglasses just to be weird so they don't talk to me. I got the headphones on. I know, just don't make eye contact with them because, that could open up an extrovert actually talking to me. And then who knows what's going to happen from there. So that's me. And we've got a fellow introvert in Brittany who she's got 25,000 distributors on her team, 250,000 customers, and she is a 7-figure earner. And she's done it with social media, which is another reason why I wanted her to come on. And her being a fellow introvert, as much success as she's had, hopefully I'm okay to share that. She's like, first message, she didn't respond. And I'm like, is she ghosting me? And then I said, what are your thoughts? She's like, this isn't really my thing. And I think it's important just to share that because, I think a lot of times people see leaders like yourself and they see me and others and they're just like, they are fearless. They have no fear ever on anything. And that's not the reality, right?
That's exactly right. Yes, I definitely agree. So I'll just talk a little bit about my backstory. I'll just take it away from here. But Rob,
I'm gonna hop off. It's all you solo. You can see me down on the bottom screen. I'm just gonna be hanging out, taking notes, and they all want to hear from you and your story and your content. So take it away, friend.
Yes. Well, thank you for being there. And yes, when Rob originally messaged me, I was like, yeah, I'm really an introvert, like super, super introverted. And, kind of like Michelle shared, I've been at network marketing events before. I've been at the parties. I've bought the things before at parties, and I've heard stories of people becoming 6-7-figure earner. And I've always been the girl in the back being like, that is so amazing for them. That would never be me. I'm not extroverted like them. I'm not going to go do parties. I'm not going to, stand in line at the checkout and open my mouth and talk to someone. But I am so proud that there are people that can do that. And that's amazing. So really, I had kind of been exposed to the network marketing realm and gone to parties and seen people do that and understood the power of, the income that it could create. But for me being such an introvert, I knew that's probably never going to happen. I mean, I just can't do that. That was me in my own way. And when I found that network marketing could be built through social media, that is when I was like, you know what? I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to see what can happen. And I learned really quickly that I had to be able to build my audience online. I had to be able to find ways to connect online. And oddly enough, that part doesn't scare me as bad. Being here live with you guys doesn't scare me as bad as trying to talk to someone in a grocery store and having hundreds of people watching this doesn't scare me as bad as, doing those kinds of things. So I got involved in network marketing. Just a little bit of backstory. I really, truly wanted to make a couple $100 extra a month. I was an educator. I taught middle school. And I really wanted to make an extra couple $100 so that I could start paying down debt so I could take my family on vacations. I knew that vacations were really out of the picture unless I were to find a way to make some extra money. So I got involved. I started doing network marketing. I started adding value to others. I started showing up. I started building my social media, and everything I built is all online. Like I didn't enroll some rock star down the street or any of my friends or family. I literally built everything through social media. And I was able to not only take my kids on vacation, we're kind of like a perma vacationers now. We live down here at Seaside at the beach in Florida. Beautiful, beautiful area. Retired from teaching. My husband retired from IT, and we became full-time network marketers. So we love this industry. We love what we can create. And, you know, I love that people like Rob and everyone on here that can share how to grow through social media, because everyone has their different talents. And, you know, if someone told me the only way to build a business is to go into people's homes and present and those kinds of things, I would have never built. So I love that we have options, and you guys have heard scripts, you've heard how to share, you've heard how to make connections, you've heard all the things. But what I'm going to talk about with you guys today is incentives. Okay. So incentives are really just the whole purpose and dynamic around them is to create urgency. And so being a science teacher in the past, I'm super detail oriented. I love incentives. I love kind of like what he was saying, split testing, seeing what works and what doesn't work for you and your team. Sometimes you'll put cash out there and it doesn't really incentivize your team, you know, such as like, you know, gifts and things like that they can't just go out and buy. So you have to play around with it and kind of do split testing with your own team and your own organization to see what works for you. But I want to talk a little bit about creating urgency and what the purpose is. The whole main thing for me, and the reason why I focus on incentives, is to get people off the fence. Whether that's your prospect, someone you've reached out to and talked to in a cold market, or whether it's someone who's just joined your team, or whether it's someone who's been there for 2 years, never done anything. Incentives are a carrot that you can dangle to try to encourage the right behaviors. That's all it is. Of course, always refer to your company's policy and procedures and see what they allow and what they don't allow. So if some of these things don't resonate with you, that's okay. But one thing I would encourage you to do is always be aware of what your company's doing, what company incentives they're using, and what programs they have. So those are things that are already built in that make your job a little easier, but you have to use them and hype them up and create excitement and build excitement around those things for you. So always plugging into your company and what you guys are doing for referrals, for programs, for, you know, incentives, what's going on and what can you share with your cold market audience, with your team, with your prospects to really encourage the right behaviors. Okay. Another thing is reaching out. So when you are doing those reach outs and you're doing that cold market prospecting, one thing that I noticed when I'm reaching out, and so many of you probably have too, is a lot of people leave you hanging. They do ghost you, right? Or they'll say, I'll look into it. And then when you follow up, they haven't done it yet. Or maybe they say it sounds interesting, but I'm still looking into it. I'm doing more research. I'm asking my husband. I'm talking to my husband, those kinds of things. I will encourage you guys to whip out some sort of carrot to get them off the fence. We always say, like, we don't care if you say yes or no. I just want them off the fence, right? I just want them to make a decision so that I can scratch them off my list for the time being and move on to people who I can reach to, people that will be interested. And so, so definitely do dangling some carrots, and it doesn't have to be financial. What you guys need to understand too is that time, which you already do know, time is the most valuable asset you have. So when you're talking to that new person or that person that's on the fence and they've looked at what you've got going on, they're interested, but they haven't made that decision, offer an incentive, offer a carrot to get them off the fence. And maybe it is just, look, I've got a slot for a 30-minute launch call tomorrow. I've got a couple people interested in the business right now. I would love for you to snag that spot and maybe able to pencil you in tomorrow so that we can help you get you launched and help you start earning and sharing right away. So it could just be something as you offering them a launch Zoom or a launch Zoom with someone in your upline. You can leverage other people's time too. It doesn't just have to be you. I know a lot of people on our team, they'll one of their prizes and stuff that they'll do is like a 30-minute coaching call with me so that I can help them, and they're leveraging my time, right? So that's something too, is when you're reaching out, if you can offer maybe cashback incentive on their shipping, or you can give them, I know like if you have like a product that you want to give away for free or samples you can give away for free when they join, something like that, just to get them off the fence, and you just have a few spots available so that you can help them make that decision. Another incentive idea that I like to do are one-on-one incentives. So if you enroll someone new, or maybe you have someone on your team that you know has potential, but they're not really living up to it, offer a one-on-one incentive, offer a one-on-one challenge to them to get them moving. So it may be something as, hey, Susie, I know you had big goals when you started. I would love to help you and partner with you and lock arms with you to get you moving. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer you X, Y, Z. All you have to do is get me in a chat with 5 people today. So it encourages the right behavior. So Susie goes out and starts talking to people that day, and it's a one-on-one thing. So I will tell you, as we get to the team part, I'm going to talk about incentivizing teams as well. But sometimes people aren't super plugged in, right? Or they think, oh, that's great for them, just like me in the back of the room, listening to people with those big checks, those 6-7 figure earner checks, and me being back in the room, like, it's cool for you, but that would never happen to me, those kinds of things. There's people in your team page that'll be the same way. There's people in your team chat that are the same way, whether your team's big or small. There's got to be people in your team that think, well, that's a great incentive for those people because they're go-getters, but I'm not. So offering a one-on-one incentive, going straight to them in the messenger, or calling them or messaging them straight up and challenging them is going to get people moving. So again, all incentives are about is creating urgency and creating the right behavior, getting people going. So offering those one-on-one small challenges, again, doesn't have to be anything big, but you want them to have the right behavior. So getting them in a 3-way chat with you, getting them in 3-way calls with you, getting them posting in their stories, getting them talking to people, those will create some of the right behaviors. And then I want to talk about team incentives too. Again, you're wanting to drive the right behavior. And I know for my team for sure is that they love recognition. So people will take praise over a raise all day. They want to be heard. They want to be recognized. Most of them are going to have a job, and I'll tell you, in their jobs, they don't usually get recognized. They usually don't get praise. That's just not typical in an employee situation. So recognizing people, offering them pieces of recognition, whether it's like whoever gets 500 new volume this month, we're going to shout you out. We're going to offer you like a rank up graphic or a shout out graphic in the team page. Those kinds of things will drive the right behavior. And always recognize what you want repeated. So what you recognize gets repeated. So if you recognize someone for what they're doing, maybe they're contributing more into your team page. Maybe they are getting you into more 3-way chats. Maybe they are doing some of those behaviors that you want repeated. Recognize them, because it will not only inspire them and make them want to do more, it will show other people in your team that they can step up and do those things and get recognized for it as well. So that's something I learned from my teaching days. You always want to encourage and recognize the right behaviors that are going on in your classroom, because other people will start to model that and they're like, oh, she likes that. She's recognizing that. Even the middle school age, even the adult age, everyone loves to get recognized. So recognize what you want repeated. And then also, I know sometimes people are like, well, I can't do incentives. I'm not making, a lot of money yet. Small incentives are just as big. I know on our team, we'll do like a little mug or like a t-shirt, even like little postcards, little keychains, something really, really small. People love gifts. So don't think that you've got to put big money for incentives out on the table or people aren't going to move. Keep things small to the point. What I like to do, and this is something that you can do too, is try to think of things that they can't just go in the store and buy themselves. So it's kind of like, this is an exclusive XYZ. So I'll say, this is an exclusive mug. If you do this, you get it. Or I'm going to enter everyone in to win this exclusive mug or this exclusive t-shirt or this exclusive whatever, something they can't just go buy. People will hustle for that. People will hustle for your time, your uplines time, your sidelines time. So that's another big thing too, is it doesn't have to be a prize or money or anything. If you don't have any of that, give your time. And another thing, even if you do have money, do not sit there and spend your entire check on incentives. That's my advice to you. I would talk to your accountant there, but I would not be spending my whole check on incentives. I know some people do that too. They kind of get crazy with it. So don't do that. Let's see, keep in mind variety. All right, so this is a really big point too, is that sometimes people will get into the swing. If you do incentives in your team, people will get into the swing of they'll do the same incentives every month. And someone say, oh, well, Susie always wins. Susie always wins that. There's no point in me even participating. Susie always wins, okay? So make sure that you are doing a variety of types of incentives so that everyone feels like they have an equal playing field, okay? So a lot of times I'll do drawings. I don't, always do like the top recruiter or the top customer enroller, because a lot of times those are the same people in your teams, right? The same ones that show up consistently. So I will give everyone an equal chance. And keep in mind too, that you want to make that, so there's two things. Keep in mind, you want to keep that entry really small so that anyone can participate, whether they're brand new or they've been there for a long time. If they come back in to play the game, that they can get in with a really simple way to do that. If you're giving away big prizes and you're like, well, I don't want to give away this big prize and all they had to do is get one customer, then you can put get one customer gets you invited into the big challenge, and then you give them a bigger challenge after that. So that would be their entryway into the bigger challenge. You can do that as well, but you don't want anyone to say, oh, I can't be entered, or I'm not going to be able to participate, or I'm not going to do that because it's too big. Same thing your company does when they're thinking of comp plan, they're thinking of those kinds of things. They think about that little guy. You also need to think about that little guy when you're creating incentives. And if you're a big team leader, this is something I would encourage you to do throughout the month and start planning ahead. Don't just fly by the seat of your pants and come up with an incentive and do it last minute, because it will feel very rushed and your team will know that you didn't do it. And if you're not detail oriented, I encourage you to plan even more in advance and talk to people who are, so that you can get it all planned out perfectly so that it goes smoothly and it encourages the right behavior. Think through all the details, right? Even if you're not a detail person, what can happen if this, that, and the other? That's what I always try to think through. So keep in mind the variety. Everyone should feel, in my opinion, everyone should feel welcomed in your team, not just your red, super competitive personality types that are go-getters that want to crush the game. Not everyone's like that, right? So think about your personality types. Am I including someone who just wants to be part of a community? Will this incentivize them? Does this encourage someone who likes, details and those kinds of things? Would that encourage them? Would this encourage someone who's like a blue personality that wants to be recognized, that wants to have fun? Would this encourage them? So it doesn't have to be just, a lot of times people are just focused on the red personality, people that are wanting to be win, they want to be the top. Make sure you think about other personality types so everyone feels like they fit in your organization and they all want to participate. They all want to contribute. So I know we just closed out the month. It was one of our biggest months ever. It was huge. But one of the things that we did was, hey, let's rally together around this person who's trying to achieve a new rank. And you would be surprised. You would think your red people are the ones that are getting it. No, it's a lot of times it's that yellow personality types, the ones that are loving and supportive, and they want to see them win more than they want themselves to win, and they contribute the most. So again, keep in mind all the different personality types. Again, leverage time from your upline, your sidelines, your company presidents, and all of them. And then lastly, what I will say is, if you have a really large team, or if you don't, as you continue to grow a really large team, if you are doing incentives, sometimes it gets very overwhelming and it gets hard to manage. Or maybe you're doing some incentives or some extra bonuses and challenges or something within big, large customer groups, those big ATM groups. One thing that has changed my life is Google Docs. So it's really hard to keep track of hundreds and hundreds of entries if you start growing a big organization or you're doing a big customer group. So Google Docs are huge. You just create a Google form and people enter their information, and it'll go into a spreadsheet so you can see all their information. And then I do a random number generator where I'll just go to Google and type random number generator, and then it'll help me pick someone, and I'll just pick them from the spreadsheet because they're numbered cells. So that makes life a lot easier. We also do spin the wheel. A lot of our people do spin the wheel, where you literally buy one of those wheels from Amazon and write prizes and have people spin the wheel so they have an equal entry, and that's fun. People love that, the gamifying aspect. You could do a spin the wheel. There's apps that you can use as well, but those are as you start building, and you can't keep track of it on your own. People love their name on a little piece of paper and you draw out names. People love that. I know I love that. So if you have a small team, feel free to use that. You don't have to create Google Docs or anything like that. But again, really just think about what's going to drive the right behavior. And I always reflect, if you're a team leader, I reflect at the end of the month, what were we strong at? Look at your numbers. What were we strong at? What could we have done better at? And then I try to create an incentive around that behavior to grow that. So if your team isn't performing and they're not recruiting, maybe you create an incentive that grows that number. Maybe it's you don't have people participating in the team page a lot. So you want to grow that. You can create incentives around who's participating the most in the team page. It doesn't have to be recruiting or customer enrolling. It can be anything. So again, Rob told me I could talk about incentives, and I was like, well, cold market, but it all does relate. He said it all goes in together. And so we would love for you to talk about incentives and how you can drive the right behaviors. And honestly, one of the biggest things that we do for sure is that we encourage the right behavior of reaching out, offering people a chance to watch your video or to check out what you've got going on, and driving that behavior. So if you have people that are not really strong at reaching out, start offering them one-on-one challenges to reach out. Just reach out to 5 people today, screenshot what people say back, and let me help you coach those conversations. Get people reaching out to their cold market. That's the easiest incentive, I would say, for you to do, because you're going to get people doing the right behaviors. So thank you, Rob, for having me on.
Hey, no, I love that. And the reason why I love incentives is because doing contest type incentives is a great way, again, to attract new people as people are trying to get creative. And the biggest thing from all of these trainings is all of you are going to have so many notes, and then you got to focus. You got to figure out which is the first thing you're going to do. What's the second thing? Some things you're going to come back and be like, oh my goodness, I'm implementing Brittany's training right now. Or it could be I'm implementing Brittany's training, after I do this and this and this, and I'm implementing exactly what I was just taught from Michelle, or whatever it is. You've got so many ideas as you go, and then you implement them one by one. You execute them, you focus. So Brittany, my question to you would be, what would you say if someone came to you and just said, I'm too scared, it's just too hard for me, I can't do it? Because I don't think so at all. I think because especially the way you simplified, but I'm a team member. I haven't listened to any of your trainings or anything yet. My first mistake, but I'm coming to you and I'm like, hey, I'm just too scared. I've heard there's really good stuff about, some of the incentives that you do and stuff like that. What would you say to them?
So for sure, I would empathize. I think empathy is the biggest thing as a leader, for sure. And like Rob's an introvert, I'm an introvert. So I understand where they're coming from. So if you can't understand where they're coming from, empathize, don't sympathize, but literally just explaining to them, listen, I understand where you came. I understand what you're going through, but understand that everyone goes through that too. No one joins network marketing and just, not that I know of, and just crushes it and has no fears and it's just easy. That's not the reality. We all go through those doubts and things like that. So I would empathize with them and let them know, I understand where you're coming from, but let's lock arms. Let's change your mindset around this, and I can help you and lock arms. So I think a lot of times if they feel your support, they know you're there for them. And sometimes it's just something as simple of, like Michelle gave scripts. Is there I don't know what to say. Literally, I would be like, okay, I'm going to incentivize you to do this, right? So I'm always thinking of incentives. What can I do to make them do it? You can't force anyone. They would say you can take them to the water, but you can't make them drink. I'm thinking of ways to incentivize that they do it and they want to do it, right? Not I want you to do it, but I want you to want to do it. That's kind of where I'm thinking. And so I would literally say, okay, I support you. We can do this together. Let me give you a script of something that you can say in Messenger and go send it to 5 people. And once you do, then I'm going to, enter you in to win a free XYZ. I just literally would encourage them to get out of their box. And if they have a reason to do it, they know that you believe in them. You give them literally what to do, and you give them a carrot, then why not, right? What's the worst that can happen? And tell them the worst that can happen is someone's going to say no. Literally, that's the worst. The worst thing that's going to happen is someone says, that's not for me, I'm not interested, block you or whatever. There's no one's going to show up at your house, knock on your door, take your kids. It's not that bad. So I always tell them to, and I always let them know the expectations that they're not all yeses. The reason why you see someone that's more successful than you is because they've had a lot more no's. So if you want to get to that next level, you want to create your dreams, you have to be willing to get more no's. And that's something I had to wrap my head around too. So I was like, I don't want to deal with the rejection. I don't want to grow my, Facebook with people. I don't want to have to do those things, but I wanted success, and I wanted success more than I wanted to keep those limiting beliefs.
So powerful. And, as a leader, sometimes people come in and they want to manage and tell everybody what to do instead of asking good questions, showing empathy, right? And then leading and guiding them to the right direction. In the end, everybody makes their own decisions. Well, Brittany, I just want to thank you. I know after you crushing the end of the month, it's busy times for you, catching up on everything, probably decompressing a little bit. But, thank you so much. I'm excited to hang out with you here soon at the Mastermind, which is pretty close to you, right? How far of a drive?
Yeah, it's like 30 minutes down the road.
So really, really close. So that'll be fun. We'll be hanging out there, and we'll be coming up with even some new ideas and concepts for all of you. So let's drop some love for Brittany in the comments and give her a thank you, and drop some of your greatest insights. And I will be seeing you soon, Brittany.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to keep going on here as we're just finishing up. This is the wrap up for all of you. So what was your biggest insight of the entire, whatever you watched? Some of you watched for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Some of you watched for 3 hours, 4 hours. I want to know, what was your biggest insight? What was the thing that stood out the most? Because sometimes it's just reminders. Sometimes it's new insights, right? Sometimes it's like blown away. Oh my goodness, I can't even believe that strategy. Now what I want to know is, as well as, what are you going to implement right away? What are you going to make happen right now? Instead of having these cute ideas, right? Oh, that was so great. I want to know, what are you going to implement right now, right away? Because I want you to have results. I want you to crush it. I'm always learning, even though, yes, I do personal coaching. I do the Run with Rob. And even though I'm doing masterminds, all of the time, it feels like I love them, love doing them. I'm still consciously learning as much as I possibly can, and taking notes and saying, okay, how can I better do this and convey this and focus on this as we go? And so I want you to constantly be doing that. And I want you to take all these trainings, and I want you to take all of these ideas and concepts, and I want you to just simplify them. Say, okay, this is the first thing I'm going to do. This is the first thing I'm going to execute to make things happen. And I'm going to go crush my business. And then I want you to send me a message, whatever it is, 5, 6 from now, and say, you know what? I did it. I did it. I listened to that part or that section or that comment or that strategy, and I went and made it happen. So if you're friends with any of these leaders, make sure that you tag them in the comments below and thank them as well, because, all of us came on and did this for free to provide insane value for you, as this is one of the top questions. And so you can invite people to come check this out, whichever platform you're tuning in from. If it's a Facebook group, invite them here. If it's YouTube, great. If it's a podcast, great. But I just wanted to say I appreciate every single one of you for tuning in, and who knows what the next one will be. But there's always a next one where I'm going to focus on upping my game, upping the value that I can provide for all of you. And again, I just want to say thank you so much for tuning in. Let's go crush our business. Let's go make it happen.